Welcome back, everybody. We got the full roster together for Big Apple Hockey. And you know what? There's enough news breaking right now. We had to start a little early because we got a lot we got to cover with you on this trade deadline day. It's like Christmas for hockey fans. Not necessarily your birthday. That's the draft, I'll say. I, of course, am your host, Marc Williams. I'll just leave the graphic right there because I want to pay tribute again to Captain KD347, my father, who we paid respect to this week. And I'm joined by the host of the Final Buzzer, Mr. John Fulkowski.
Speaking of tributes, I'm going to pay one. Not related to hockey at all either, but I've been watching Dragon Ball since I was probably about like 10 or 11 years old. And it's one of my favorite shows, and legendary anime creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama, passed away yesterday at the age of 68 years old. Has inspired so many people, given us so much great content, shows, movies. So rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. And then, my condolences to you and your family as well, Marc. I know you're going through a tough time right now. And I can only imagine you're pretty happy to be, doing this right now. So let's get things going.
All right. And of course, our NHL insider for the fourth period, Mr. Anthony LaRocco.
Yeah, Marco, welcome you back. I'm glad you're back. I know you probably need this breath of fresh air, but let's do it. Action starting to pick up a little bit. Some trades trickling in, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. See what the New York teams do, and I'm here for it. So let's go.
Yeah, we're going to be breaking down already what the New York teams are going to have to do, but we're just getting trades that are going left and right now. We got the ticker that's going to be at the bottom. We're going to try to update that as much throughout the day. But breaking news, Seattle extends Jordan Eberle to a 2-year, $4.75 million deal, not $4.75. And yeah, and the Devils send Tyler Toffoli to the Jets. We're awaiting the official word on the return, although Filk, I think you have it.
So it's believed to be, and that's per Darren Dreger on the trade deadline trade center. It's a third-round pick this year and a second-round pick next year. We're still waiting official confirmation on that.
And of course, I forgot to shill, as everyone always does for YouTube. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe for us. I'll be reminding
430 already on with us. This is great. I can't even believe that number already.
Yes. Well, also, thank you all for joining us because we have got a lot we're going to be covering. And the big shock, I think, so far today, Carolina Hurricanes acquire Evgeny Kuznetsov for a 2025 third-round pick, and Washington retains 50% of his salary. He's still got another year in that deal. So that's amazing for that. But, guys, we got to start with the headliner from the end of last night. Carolina Hurricanes acquire Jake Guentzel from the Pittsburgh Penguins. Filk, I'm going to start with you. The New York Rangers blow this, or did Carolina just simply pay the price?
Realistically, I got to say it's a combination of both. Carolina didn't give up any of their top 3 to 5 prospects. You thought that maybe Alexander Nikishin or Jackson Blake would be a part of it. Nope. But Carolina's farm system is a lot deeper than the Rangers. And the other prospects that they gave up, like Vasily Ponomarev, those guys would be a lot higher. They would probably be just behind Oppen and Perreault in the Rangers farm system. So they gave up decent prospects, but no blue chips. I wonder if Pittsburgh just did not want to deal him to the Rangers. And then you have Stan Fischler going around putting an article this morning up for the Hockey News and saying that the Rangers should go try to trade for Sidney Crosby, which is just even madness, because if they didn't want to trade an unrestricted free agent Jake Guentzel to them, what makes them think that they're going to trade probably the second most important player in the history of their franchise behind Mario Lemieux to the Rangers? That's not going to happen. So, I think
got some breaking news. Elliot Friedman, Kyle Okposo is being traded to the Florida Panthers.
Wow. Okay. We'll wait on the return for that one.
So we touched on Okposo yesterday, and you were talking about how much he has left and what can he bring to a team. But this is a guy that has 11. I think he's got 11, 12 goals on the year, which honestly isn't bad. So I still think actually he could be a useful player in a bottom six. He's a stocky guy. He plays a heavy game, and at this point in his career, I think he provides good depth. So. Now you're talking the Panthers have added Vladimir Tarasenko and Kyle Okposo to a team that's already, one of the best in the league. So, good move on the Panthers.
Tack on that Okposo was also a team captain, giving leadership in that room.
Kyle Okposo has 12 goals and 22 points this year for the Buffalo Sabres, while averaging 13 minutes and 37 seconds of ice time. So he is a playoff tested player. He's played in a lot of playoff games. He has experience in that regard. He's a veteran. He plays a big, heavy game, as you mentioned, in Florida. The words that were used when the Rangers were playing the Panthers last week was that the Panthers were going to make the Rangers play playoff style hockey, and Kyle Okposo can come in and do that in a very limited role for Florida. He's not going to be asked to be a guy like as a Rangers as a number one target for a right wing. I said absolutely not. As a depth piece, like if you're bringing him in to be a fourth line guy, that's actually a solid move. So the rich just got richer in Florida.
That team is getting
the return is the return is Callie Salgelin and a conditional 7th rounder that becomes a 5th if the Panthers win the cup.
See, that's no risks deal right there.
That's absolutely no risk. But I hate those deals where it's like if they win the cup, because on the team trading it away, the chances of that team winning the cup is so minimal. Just tell them.
I would say Florida has a real good chance of winning it.
I know they got a real good chance of winning it, but all it takes is just sometimes it's one injury and then your team just can't make it. But it's so difficult to win one cup. So I mean, if I'm the GMs, I would actually shorten it down, make it like if you're going to do that, they win 2 playoff series. That's a conference finals. That's still not easy, but look, that can happen. And in the Florida Panthers case, we thought it was going to happen before this week. And
Everest is really riding Drury. Is really riding Drury hard here.
Yeah, well, he was doing that last night too. So
yeah. Before I had to cut you off to break Okposo, you were talking about the obviously the return for the Penguins, the Guentzel trade. The one thing I'll say is I do think the Rangers could have beat it. The guys that the Hurricanes gave up, they weren't Moore, they weren't Nikishin, they weren't Jackson Blake. So I mean, what it tells me is that Chris Drury did not want to give up Brennan Othmann, or Gabe Perreault, obviously in the trade. I understand not giving up Perreault, but I mean to get Guentzel, you prevent them from going to a team in your division. I think I might have ponied up Othmann to get Guentzel if I were him. That's so. To Everest's point, I think he should have done that. I'm not going to crucify him though, but I think he could have beaten it if he offered Othmann. Then again, who knows? I know we talked about this, a couple of days ago. Sometimes, when you see a player traded, they'll be a fan of another team. Like, oh, why did my GM do that? Or we could have beat that, or this prospect was better. But I go back to sometimes you just don't know what the opposing GM feels about a certain player. They might just like a certain prospect for whatever reason, even though another team could maybe offer more. So it is what it is. Jake Guentzel's a Carolina Hurricane, and they're obviously they weren't done. They added Kuznetsov, so I like what they're doing there in Carolina. I think they're tired of always bailing out in the playoffs and not reaching the ultimate goal, the Stanley Cup. So I think they're going to be a much harder team to play against now.
Yeah, and this comment from Romanello is absolutely perfect. I mean, he hits it right on the head of the nail there. I mean, they are thin after those top 2 guys. I mean, Berard, Sikora. I mean, those guys could end up being nice bottom 6 players at the NHL level. Maybe even Berard could be a middle 6 player. but they don't have a lot of prospect depth after that. The other thing that I have to say about this, and I'll let you go, Mark, because I know you had something you wanted to say. But now, to me, two things happen here. This puts immense pressure on Capo Caco and Brennan Hoffman and Gabe Perreault to end up becoming big-time impact players for this team and help them win a cup. Because if this opportunity passes them by, they don't win, and they don't get close to this point again in like the next 10, 15 years, then you're going to have to look back at this deadline and say they didn't make the all-in move to go get Guentzel when they had a very good shot at doing it. And not only did they not make the move, but they let him get away to a divisional rival that they were eventually going to have to face. So they didn't want to pay the price. So these guys now have to become those guys that help them win one day.
And I agree with that, Phil. By the way, we are crossing 700 right now of you guys that are watching. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. But so as much as there's that feeling of, oh no, they lost Jake Guentzel, I'll go back to last year. There was definitely a feeling of too many cooks in the kitchen, and it happened a lot. They got Tarasenko, they got Kane, they had all this depth, and then what did it leave them doing? They were scrambling to figure out what their power play was. I know you're shaking your head, Phil, but there was definitely that feeling.
Coach.
Better coach this time around, that is for sure. And I think he does better with less than Gallant. I don't know. That's not fair to Gallant, I think. I think Gallant does pretty good with less. Guys, make sure you leave us some comments. Mike?
Yeah, Mike. I mean, Dolan, I think Dolan is a big problem too, because when Drury took over and Dolan fired everybody, the modus operandi was that he wanted to accelerate this rebuild. He was tired of the rebuild, and he wanted it now. And he went out and paid the big money for Panarin, and it's understandable in a way. You don't go out and pay big money for a 27, 28-year-old, elite forward and not build around him to go win a Stanley Cup. So in a way, he had a point, but he's put Drury in a bad position because Drury has to go make these moves now because they're this close. Back in November, we thought that they were a Stanley Cup favorite, and then they had that fog that they were in for nearly 2 months, and now they're sort of back again. So now it puts Drury under a lot of pressure to make a big move today. And I mean, I don't know what big move other than Frank Vatrano is really left for them to make that will really kind of get everybody on board with them being a legitimate Stanley Cup threat after Colorado, Florida, and Vegas have really made some big, and Carolina have all made some big moves.
And now Jordan Eberle's off the table because he signed the extension. Guys, I've been on record. I like Frank Vatrano as a player, but I am not giving up a first-round draft pick for him. Sorry, not. I just can't do it. I don't like reunions to start with. I don't think they ever work. But the other thing to say is that you're not talking about a guy that they're just going to take him, and those 26 goals or 30 that he's got now is going to translate right over to the Rangers. He's going to be thrown on power play 2, not see any power play time, only play 5-on-5 because he doesn't do any penalty killing. And then that's a first-round draft pick. Rangers going to overpay for him if they do that. Anthony?
My thing, what I was going to pivot to, and Phil kind of touched on it, is what does Drury do now? Because the names are falling off the board. Eberle re-signed with Seattle. Toffoli went to Winnipeg. Rutherford reported before that it seems like unless something changes, Pavel Buchnevich he thinks is going to stay with St. Louis. So that leaves what? Frank Vatrano, Jason Zucker. Barabanov, I've been banging that drum, so he would be a good fit for the Rangers. But at this point, they need a goal scorer, like more so a top 6 player. He's like a middle 6, bottom 6 guy. If you're the Rangers, you gotta make sure that you have a plan in place because they need to do something. If they don't do anything, as it stands right now, the Hurricanes, Panthers are both ahead of them at this point. So they need to do something, but there's still 3 hours left, so there's still a lot of time. But I would say Chris Drury needs to act and kind of keep up with the Joneses, as they would say. So I'm interested to see where he pivots.
Phil, where do you think he pivots?
It's got to be Vatrano or Zucker. I know it's the easy answer to say, and the two names that are really left, but who else fits that top line right wing role? I mean, I don't see, and I said it last night, I don't see Buchnevich happening for two reasons. One, the asking price is supposedly astronomical, and two, it would require Drury partially admitting that he made a mistake. And how do you turn around, deal this guy away because your team is too soft, and then now you want to bring him back 2 years later? Like, to me, that just, it's such a bad look. It really is a bad look. So I don't understand. Go ahead, Ed.
I also want to mention I forgot Max Pacioretty is another name that's out there that's being said to be on the move today.
Needle mover? Is that a needle mover?
I mean,
like,
at this point, I mean, probably not. But I mean, he does have a high pedigree. I mean, he once was a goal scorer, so it's just something that to keep in mind. And mind you, he's from New Canaan, Connecticut. So I would imagine that he would. I would imagine he would waive to go to the Rangers. So that's just another name out there that could be on the move. Well, certainly will probably be on the move, but could be an option for the Rangers. I mean, the other thing here too is, gentlemen, is that we don't know exactly. There could be other guys out there that we don't know about.
This might be somebody they might look at.
Yes, Riley Smith.
Riley Smith. I said him last week. He would be a perfect
That's another
fit.
name.
You bring him in, and he helps that top line out so much. If I'm Drury, for me, my top three would probably be Vatrano, Riley Smith, and then Jason Zucker. So,
by the way, Max Pacioretty this year, 3 goals, 12 assists, and only 15 points. Again,
Alex Tuck is not happening. I'm sorry.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Alex Tuck is not happening. I know everybody keeps talking about Tuck. He doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave. He said so as much. He doesn't want to leave. Buffalo doesn't want to trade him. Oh, okay. The Rangers just got Chad Ruhwedel from Pittsburgh.
Like that.
Yes.
Like that.
I just saw that.
That's a good depth defenseman right there.
A good depth D. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll throw that up there.
2027 4th round pick.
That's a 4th round pick, well down the road too. So we're gonna put that one up here.
Whenever we see a trade like that breaking, everybody, usually I have this gift ready to go. Nice little handshake, and I like the deal because then look, the Rangers need to upgrade from Eric Gustafsson. They need to get somebody else. That's speaking about somebody that's soft. That guy's softer than the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah, you know what? I have my concerns about Gustafsson come playoff time. I really do, because of the fact that I just don't trust him defensively. His defense has just been kind of meh since, I would say, November.
Yeah,
and I think I might trust Ruhwedel more in a shutdown role, because Gustafsson, what is he going to do? He's going to play second power play time. That second power play is going to get come playoff time. They're going to be on for maybe 15 to 20 seconds for a power play, because in the playoffs you're not putting your second power play unit out there for 40 to a minute, 40 seconds to a minute. So go with, honestly, they may end up going with Ruhwedel.
Well, we're going to pivot. We're going to come back to the Rangers in a little bit because obviously they just made that trade, so we have to talk more about them. Guys, we've got some rapid-fire questions coming from you, but first, Anthony,
Frank,
the other team to look at is –
Frank,
sorry, what?
Frank Saravelli just tweeted the Toffoli return. It's a 2025 second and a 2024 third. So is that what Gregor said earlier?
Basically what it was.
Yeah. All right. So now that's that.
Yeah, we can officially put that.
For Toffoli.
So now it's officially confirmed.
All right, Anthony, 4 points back of a playoff spot. The New York Islanders right now.
Sorry.
Although I have to check the standings, I didn't check them in the last couple.
Two points.
All right. See, that didn't update from last night. Anthony, what do the Islanders need to do today?
I mean, listen, this team has caught fire at the right time. Five wins in a row, 2 points out of a playoff spot, both wild cards, Detroit and Tampa Bay. They got 2 games in hand on Tampa, and actually, because of that, if you go by points percentage, Mark, the Islanders are actually in that second wild card spot with the higher point percentage than the Lightning. So there's still obviously a lot more work to do because when the season ends, they're all going to have the same amount of games played. But they're certainly in the right direction. And I think what these 5 games did, it proved to Lou Lamoriello, like, go out and make a move, help us out. I mean, from my opinion, if he didn't make a move, I think that's almost like him saying, I don't believe in you guys. And right now, he gave him reason to believe with the 5-game win streak, and they're right back in it. And then also, don't forget, they're also still only 4 points behind Philly for third, and they got 2 games in hand. So I would be surprised if he did nothing. I think he's looking around for a score, and I also think he's in the market for maybe another depth defenseman. But I certainly think he's going to make a move today of some kind. I'm not going to say it's going to be a big move, but I certainly think he's in the mix here with a couple of different irons in the fire here. So. But like I said, it seems like they're getting comfortable under Patrick Waugh, and they're playing their game. And Waugh pushed the right buttons because ever since he moved Nelson up to that top line with Horvat and Barzell, they've been really going. I mean, Nelson had another 3 points last night, so that line is humming. And I think he's going to try to give the rest of the lineup some depth scoring here.
Filk, if you're Lou Lamoriello, are you dealing that first-round pick today, and what are you looking at? We know you thought Guentzel was the guy.
Guentzel would have been the guy that I would have done it for. I don't know if it's going to take a first-round pick to get Zucker. I mean, and that's really the guy that the Islanders probably should be looking at right now. And it shouldn't. It shouldn't with the way that the other wings are going off the board. But that would be the guy that I would do it for. I mean, if they had to. I mean, Vatrano, yeah, obviously. Vatrano would be the number one guy. But if Lou Lamoriello is forced to do it, then Zucker would be the only other guy that I'd consider it for.
Yeah, I mean,
unless somebody out of nowhere becomes available that nobody sees. So,
and Lou, because Lou, that's what he does. He finds these guys.
He ends up finding those guys somehow.
Yeah, or he's like a lion in the weeds, just kind of like looking around and Anthony, I know this. He's looking at us right now, going, "Don't you tell everybody the move I'm about to make." But guys, let's do some rapid fire questions for you that I got. And Filk, I'm going to start with you, and then I'll go over to Anthony. I'll give my own eventually today. Well, not eventually, last. Filk, team to watch today.
Wow. That's a tough one. I'm trying to think because it could go both ways selling.
Exactly.
You know what? I'm going to say the Pittsburgh Penguins. I think there's a couple of guys that they could probably end up moving that would be good fits for quite a few teams. We talked about Riley Smith before. Lars Eller. What happens with Lars Eller? And I know that's very unlikely. But would Pittsburgh consider moving Sidney Crosby if they got their socks knocked off with an offer?
I'll start that one off. Look, there are players you just don't move from a franchise. I don't care what Twitter says. I don't care what social media says. Just say to yourself, I'm the guy that traded Sidney Crosby. I know that there's 2 GMs, not one, that traded Wayne Gretzky, but no, you don't trade Sidney Crosby. That's for sure. All right, Phil, go on. We'll just do each one, all 3 of us. Anthony, who's your team to watch today?
Boston. I know they required Pat Maroon, but he's not their big move. And I think for them to try to keep up with Carolina and Florida, and also compete against Toronto within their own division. I think they certainly need more help. I mean, we talked about from really the start of the season that their depth at center after Bergeron and Krejci retired took a hit. I think there's not many centers left available out there. And at this point, now that the Canucks didn't get Guentzel, I don't know what their appetite is for flipping Lindholm, but I think the Bruins are going to be searching for help down the middle, and then just in general, more scoring. So for me, that's my team to watch today because I think there's more to come.
I'm going to go. I think a curious team to watch would be the San Jose Sharks. How many players can they sell off today? And they're going to be stripping that down, like just stripping it down to the studs. And
celebrating race.
Yep, and exactly that.
I don't think there's that many left. They already traded Duclair. Barabanov will go, but other than that, I don't really think they have many players that teams are really. I mean, Mario Ferraro, but
LeBlanc and Mario Ferraro definitely.
Yeah, I don't know who else they would move, but
I think you know what? I'm gonna say this right now. I wonder how much Tampa Bay would be willing to pony up for Mario Ferraro because he fits them like a glove.
There's a lot of teams.
That was
Mario Ferraro.
That was the other team I was considering to watch today, Tampa. I mean, they lost out on Hannafin. The Islanders are literally nipping at their heels. They traded for Duclair, but I think they need to do more. So Tampa's another team to watch.
I wonder if Tampa goes after Chychrun. That makes a ton of sense for them too. But because if you're going to pony up quite a bit for Mario Ferraro, you might as well go further and go for Chychrun if you have the assets to pull something off. So.
Oh my goodness, guys! If you're new with 800 of you in the stream, there's three certainties: death, taxes, and Jacob Chychrun always being in trade rumors. I love this.
And Marc throwing a fit over it.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of
the
hearing
return on Maroon was the return on Maroon's a 2026 conditional sixth. Frank Ciarelli saying.
Okay, so we'll update that. So
when you get traded for a 2026 conditional sixth, you know that your value isn't really much.
Or it's like, we'll give you something.
Yeah,
it's all right. Guys, all right. Which team needs to have a big day? I have to put the big in there because I capitalized it. Anthony, what do you think?
I mean, there's a lot. I could go back to Boston. I could say Tampa.
Rangers.
Yeah, honestly, the Rangers, I would say. I mean, Winnipeg already has Monahan and Toffoli now. I think they're kind of done. I mean,
I think they're done, yeah.
Florida made moves. The Hurricanes made moves. Maple Leafs, the Maple Leafs, aside from Labushkin, who got hurt, and Edmondson, they haven't made a bigger move. But, yeah, I would say the Lightning, Bruins, and the Rangers. I'd say more specifically the Rangers need a big day.
Filk, which one?
I would say Boston. The only move that they could really make would be because they need center depth more than anything would be Elias Lindholm. If they could somehow get Elias Lindholm from Vancouver, that would be their big move. But I don't think Vancouver is going to move him now that they're not getting Jake Guentzel. That was really the rumor that was floated around there for a second. For me, it comes down to the Rangers and the Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs need to make another move to solidify their defense, and the Rangers need a big move to solidify right wing one. And those are the two teams right now that have to go out and make moves because the other teams around them are getting better, and they haven't done a whole lot to do so.
Yeah, I definitely think it's the Rangers. I can't cite another team, but I also think that they can't overextend. See, that's a good one with Mr. Fantastic to play out the Red Wings.
Mr. Fantastic actually makes a real good point here. Oh, and by the way, I absolutely love your profile picture because Sergeant Slaughter is the man. So that's awesome that you got to meet him. I'm pretty jealous.
So there's a lot that's still kind of moving around with the Rangers. You guys know I don't think they need to go too big because, again, like I said, last year was too many cooks in the kitchen. However, they need to solidify right wing on line one. Who'd have thought you'd say that about a team that's leading their division, now only by 4 points? and they got Chad Ruhwedel, so they got depth for your defense. And again, the Bruins. I just don't know what to make out of the Bruins yet. I still not sure. Can they at least be better than last year? Guys, what player did or will or let's do this for comment first.
Yeah, this is actually a really good question. I'm going to step in, Dave, and say Vatrano because I don't see Buchnevich happening at all. Just for the reasons that I've mentioned before, I don't see it. I think the price is too high for Buchnevich, even though I think that he's the better player. I think Vatrano is a better fit. He's gritty. He's fast. He forechecks hard. They need a forechecker. They need a guy that could go in and go to the dirty areas and score those goals. Vatrano's not afraid to do that. He also plays a lot of sandpaper. He's agitating because he just plays a hard, fast, up in your face, up tempo type game. So Vatrano is really Vatrano is the better fit. And I'll just get to this one real quick because it's part of it. But the Rangers can get a third team to retain on Vatrano, and teams are always willing to get into the fray and take a retention spot if they get a decent pick for it. So considering that it wouldn't be that much, it would be like I think like 1.8 million at most. I think it is for Vatrano. It's like 1.825 or something like that, because I think it's 3.65 is his cap hit. It wouldn't be a big problem for a team, so it wouldn't cost a terrible lot for this year next.
All right, let's go to the next question, guys. What player do you think or already did generate the most surprising return? Oh, sorry, Filk.
Guentzel. They did not. To me, they didn't get enough. And you know what? If you were gonna demand the King's ransom from the top, unrestricted free agent to be, and I get it. And I said on Twitter that I would lower the price because of the fact that he wasn't going to come with an extension. You had to get a little more than what they got, and I just don't think that they got enough. I do wonder if the in-division tax was higher for the Rangers than it was for the Hurricanes.
Anthony, who do you think?
I mean, none of the returns really, honestly, surprised me a whole lot so far. So I guess, I guess I got to go with Guentzel too. I would have thought that, Moore or Jackson Blake would have been involved in the deal for sure. And also the fact that I said when we first came on, they didn't even get guaranteed first. They only get the first if the Hurricanes go to the Stanley Cup final. So I'm really surprised they traded someone of his magnitude and they didn't get a guaranteed first round pick. So that certainly surprised me.
That's something again. Oh, wait, we got breaking trade?
No, but it's an interesting name that's going around. I'm sort of surprised in a way, sort of not as well. But Red Wings are expected to call up Jonathan Berggren. So his name has been kind of swirled around in trade winds, but I think this means that Detroit is likely making a move.
All right, Anthony, we're going to go right back to you on this one. Does a starting goaltender get acquired today?
No. No, I don't. I think from what I understand, the Devils still have interest in Markstrom, but it looks like that's something that's more likely to happen in the offseason at this point. There's been some talk could be the Bruins and moving to Ullmark, but I mean, I don't see that happening. I mean, it seems like a summer move to me as well. I mean, why mess with one of your strongest assets with your tandem and goal right now as we approach the playoffs? So I don't see that. And then outside of them, I mean, who else? I mean, I know Merzlikins' name has been out there, but he's got a lot of term and he hasn't exactly, played the best. Fleury doesn't want to move. So, yeah, I'm going to say no. Starting goaltender does not get acquired today.
Filk?
No. And guys like Marty Biron and other goaltenders who are, part of expert panels on TSN, NHL Network, and so on, Devin Dubnyk even, and Corey Schneider have both said it on NHL Network as well. goaltender is the hardest position to trade midseason because the goaltender has to come in and pick up everything. And sometimes it changes the dynamic of how you play as a team, whether you play tighter in front of that goalie. What if that goaltender is a puck-moving goaltender, if they're able to handle the puck and pass it like an Igor or a Mike Smith or something like that? That can change the way that you play as a team and affect the system that you're employing on the ice. So I personally don't see it. I do think that Markstrom is moved because I think the Band-Aid's already been ripped open, as many have said. So that's something, you can't go and say, oh, we're gonna look into trading you, moving you. Would you want to move? Because then that says that we don't really want you around anymore. We want to move you, and then keep the guy in. It's going to be a distraction next season. So I think he's probably moved by. I think he's moved on draft day. I really do think he's moved on draft day.
This is Markstrom. This is right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So not Merzlikins. I think. I think you might see a guy like Merzlikins move today, but I think he's going to end up being a backup. I don't think a starting goalie is going to be moved today. Maybe Jake Allen. Again, that's another backup. But as anybody that's going to start game one of a playoff series, I don't think they're getting moved today. Filk, going right back to you on this one.
Breaking news. Jason Zucker has been traded from Arizona to Nashville per Elliot Friedman.
Wow. All right. So we got that one. Jason Zucker going to Nashville. Coyotes have been not the Coyotes. They haven't been that interesting yet. This is their first trade that they've made. But Nashville's been interesting, guys. They've been selling off pieces and acquiring pieces. Anthony, your thoughts on this trade?
I mean, it's good. The Predators are holding down a wild card spot. I think they have like a 5 or 6 point cushion. So they're confident that they're going to make the playoffs. So they already added Anthony Beauvillier. Yes, they traded Trennan to Colorado, but you moved him, but you brought in Beauvillier and now good hockey player in Jason Zucker. So good move on Barry Trotz, first year GM. Getting his team help. So I think it's a solid move for Nashville. And this is a player that I think fits Nashville as well. I think he kind of fits them to a T with the style Nashville plays and how he plays. He's having a down year offensively. His numbers are way off what they had been in the past, but I think he has a lot of good hockey left in him, and I think it'll help the Preds.
Bill, start with the trade, and that was a target Chris Drury was looking at too, right?
Yeah, that's another right wing one target off the board. Scores goals, knows how to get to the dirty areas. Could have played well with Zibanejad and Kreider. Maybe not the forechecking machine that someone like a Vatrano would have been, but I think that Zucker could have been a good fit depending on the price. I'd imagine this is probably going to be somewhere like a second round pick and a decent prospect. Maybe a tad more than that, but I do like this move from Nashville. I'm kind of surprised that they dealt Yakov Trenin and then did this. And then there's Carrier's name has been up in the air because they're not sure if they're going to be able to re-sign him. Tyson Barrie has been wanting to be moved for quite some time. But it's Trenin is an interesting situation because of the fact that I think Trennan's camp went to Trotz and said that we're probably not re-signing. And that's why they dealt him. So they look like they're in the middle of we don't know what we want to do. And they end up getting Zucker. But, I mean, it's a good move. They needed goal scoring. Outside of Philip Forsberg, who are their major goal scorers? Like, they needed goal scoring from somewhere, and this is a big move for them.
Gus Nyquist.
Nyquist would have been a decent acquisition for another team too, but they wanted to keep him and use him as their own rental, basically.
I gotta once again just credit the job Andrew Burnett's done there, because I think the first 6 weeks of the season they weren't really a good team, and then pretty much since right before Thanksgiving they've been completely different, and they're putting some more distance between them and the next wild card contender in the West. That looks like they're going to be a
this is probably not happening because of the fact that Tyler Johnson's cap hit is even higher than Barclay Goodrow's is. I don't see that unless they retain on it. So, I mean, I would rather have Tyler Johnson just because of the fact that I don't think Barclay Goodrow gives you anything anymore at this point. I think Barclay Goodrow's a net negative, but I don't see it.
And guys, we didn't get to see this all week.
Pierre LeBrun just adding that the Devils retained 50% on Tyler Toffoli.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
Tweeted out there.
Yeah.
You know,
by the way, guys, you haven't been able to see it all week. Go ahead, Anthony.
No, with Zucker off the board, this puts even more pressure on GMs like Chris Drury that are looking for a scorer because, you know, if he circles back to Frank Vatrano, Pat Verbeek's not dumb. He's going to look at the market and be like, there's really no one left that's like him out there. And now you have to pay my price. So you're at this point, Vatrano's not coming cheap, and Verbeek's going to get his price for him. So, and again, I said it yesterday, the Ducks don't have to move him. I mean, he's signed for another year at a good cap hit. So he's going to hold on to him unless he gets what he wants. So honestly, talk about not really a hot take, but I wouldn't be surprised if Frank Vatrano does not move and he stays with Anaheim. I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't be either. But it's I'll tell you this, it's going to cost a first and a decent prospect now. Like I would say, I wouldn't be surprised if the Rangers are able to get this done. I wouldn't be surprised if you're looking at a first and someone like Adam Sikora or someone like that to get Frank Vatrano. I think that could end up being something, the parameters of a deal.
I mean, Adam Sikora would be a prospect I think I could live with.
Yeah, Drury has to make a trade to go fix right wing one. How do you not like? Ugh.
Yeah,
I was actually on another screen.
But like, you know, again, all it takes is what Rutherford even said. All like, terms like Buchnevich or really anybody, it just takes one phone call to maybe change things. You know, team calls up, you know, offers something, you know, then anybody can move. So. But if you look outside of Barabanov's still out there. Forward wise, it's kind of getting to be slim pickings here.
Now, what was the next question that I had on there, guys? First off, by the way, 853 of you are joining us right now. Thank you very much, everybody. We got a lot of coverage we got to do, at least 3 more hours of this. So who is or will be the best bargain? I mean, who's already been the best bargain so far? Anthony.
I mean, that player may yet to be traded, but you know, right now, I like honestly, I like the Kyle Okposo, conditional 7th. You know, he's a guy that could add some offense and, you know, play a gritty game, a heavy game. And you know, those are the type of players that make a difference in the playoffs too. I mean, you look at, I think I made this reference not that long ago, but like Fernando Pisani with the Oilers back in 2006, who went on a heater. You know, Brian Bickle for Chicago a few years ago. Sometimes these guys are the unsung heroes, and to get a guy like Kyle Okposo with a lot of experience for basically nothing, I like that as a bargain deal for sure.
Well, before I pivot over to Filk, going right from what you're saying, last year we talk about Patrick Kane getting traded and all these other big names that went, and then Teddy Bluger and Ivan Barbashev were the 2 names that probably made the most difference. Filk.
I think Tyler Toffoli is going to be a very, very good bargain deal for. I think him and Vladimir Tarasenko. They did not give up a lot to get those players, Florida and Winnipeg. I think they did not give up a lot. And then another one that really I like and I think is going to be a nice acquisition for what he is I would say Anthony Beauvillier. Funny enough, they got a guy that could come in and give you a lot of offense for only a 5th round pick. Like that's really good.
Yeah, Beauvillier could be a real good value. And guys, the last of the rapid fire questions on the discussions before we start going back to just talking, ripping and breaking on news. Anthony and I were laughing about this. Who will be this year's James Van Riemsdyk? Last year, James Van Riemsdyk was a UFA. Chuck Fletcher didn't deal him, and we were doing this. There was no news breaking.
Does it have to be a UFA or just any player that doesn't get dealt that we all thought was going to get dealt?
I think a player that needs to be dealt that they don't deal. Now, it could be a guy with years on his contract, but they have to deal him right now. So I guess that would qualify maybe a Frank Vatrano, but they don't have to deal him. But go ahead, Filk. Because I think my guy is probably going to be Matt Dumba. They need to move him just in general. But
yeah, you know what? I said last night he was going to be a hard move because of the cap hit and the fact that he's not a great defenseman. I gotta go. I gotta go probably with Pavel Buchnevich because I think St. Louis, if they were willing to be a little more realistic on the asking price, they probably could get a nice haul. And I get why they want to shoot as high as they are probably shooting for a return. But at the same time, you deal him next year, and who's to say that he has a real good season next year? What happens if Kairu's production falls off? Robert Thomas gets hurt or something like that. And then now he's only got 1 year left on his deal, and you're trying to deal him by the deadline, and the return is here compared to what could have been here. I mean, that's the risk that St. Louis is going to take by holding on to him and not dealing him at this deadline because they have a set price and nobody's come close to even reaching it.
Anthony, who do you think is going to be the guy that should have been moved this year and isn't?
Victor Olofsson on Buffalo. He's a free
Good
agent,
call.
UFA.
That's a very good one.
That's my guess.
Yeah, because do any of us have a landing spot for him? Every time we've talked about him, I think we've thrown out names just in general. I can't figure out where.
The Rangers went bargain basement for him.
He's got a good shot in the power play. Just in general, he's got a good shot from that offside. He scored some goals before in his career. I think he's reached at least 20, I believe. Might have even been a little more than that at one point. But he's not really having a great year this year. But I think he's a guy that you get him for a 4th round pick, some depth for the playoffs. Why not? You could really plug him on any team in that scenario.
To answer your question, he's got a 20-goal season, a 20-goal season, and a 28-goal season all under his belt.
So, yeah.
So Johnny Lazarus apparently is saying that signs are starting to point towards Max Pacioretty or Riley Smith. I would not be surprised if Pacioretty ends up there, but that can't be the move. There's got to be something else, and he's got to be like a secondary move on top of that.
As much as it might be out of the realm of possibilities, I would still say go after a Nick Dowd, who will be a guy that could be a matchup center. And if you're not going to get more pucks in the net, you got to keep the pucks out of the net. That's the way that I've always said that one.
Yeah, I would. If you could go out and get both of those guys, and that would be really, really nice for them. But I mean, I'm with Scott on this one. If that's the move, then they're done in the first round. I don't see how you can make Max Pacioretty your one move. Like if you told me that you went and got Riley Smith and then you brought in Max Pacioretty, okay, you can sell me on there's depth. I'm all right. You might be able to get me on board here. There no Vatrano, but you know what? You might be able to get me on board if you go get Riley Smith and Max Pacioretty. If Max Pacioretty is the one move, yikes.
Yeah. Another name. He's a defenseman, but curious to see if David Savard moves today. Hearing this, there's been some chatter around him. He's a solid defenseman. I believe he's got a year left on his deal, so I don't think he's a rental. But that's another name to watch out for on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, that's somebody that I talked about. I think either in the previous stream last night or on Wednesday. I'm not sure when I mentioned him, but Savard does have term 1 year left after this year at $3.5 million. So Montreal would have to retain on that to make that work for some teams. But if I'm the Rangers, that's somebody I look at. If I can make the cap work in some sort of way, I take a look at him because I think he would be an upgrade over Gustafsson come playoff time. You imagine having that third pairing, and it's Savard and Schneider instead of Gustafsson and Schneider, and you don't have Gustafsson running around like a chicken with his head cut off in his own zone, and Schneider has a stable defensive partner to work with. That could be a tough pairing to play against.
Like you saw what Brandon Schneider could be as a rookie with Justin Braun. Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Tampa Bay. I think Tampa Bay would be a great fit for David Savard.
He's already been there too.
I think. Yeah, I think they need to get another defenseman with Sergachev out. That's why I said earlier. I mean, you could certainly put them as one of the top teams. You need to have a big day to watch out for. But I think there's going to be, if Montreal decides to move Savard, there'll probably be a handful of teams that are in the market for him. Because again, I don't think Jacob Chikrin's moving. So who does that leave? Matt Dumba is really one of the main UFA Ds that's probably going to move for sure.
So Dreger is saying trade calls completed for Toffoli to Winnipeg. It's second in 2025, third in 2024. New Jersey retained. I know it's already information that we already have, but it's now officially completed.
Now we're just waiting on a return for Jason Zucker because there's been no. But I would imagine if Toffoli got a second and a third, I would say Zucker probably got somewhere along the same.
Yeah, because Toffoli's having a better season than Zucker, and he's a better player than Zucker.
Yeah.
I can't imagine if he
absolutely
what Toffoli got.
No.
Guys, right now we have 871 of you that are watching right now. Thank you very much for joining us. Make sure you are hitting the like button. We only have about 25 of them so far, guys. So come on, let's get that number up.
I wonder if Calgary decides to deal some of their guys off. Like maybe
who do they have?
Or Sharon Govich or Mangiapane or something like that. Maybe not like guys that maybe have a little term left, but I wonder if people are sniffing around on players like that. And Sharon Govich could be a nice fit for the Rangers. I say that because he plays an up-tempo game. He's not afraid to get physical. He has term left after this year at $3.1 million, and then he's a UFA after next season. But I wonder if Calgary gets a good enough offer to sell now on someone like that, or maybe even Mangiapane, who has another year left as well at $5.8 million.
Well, one of the guys we've always talked about that they might flip is Kuzmenko.
That's another one. I said it last night.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I think that would be an option. And in terms of Sharon Govich specifically, I feel like he's had. First off, he only makes $3.1 million, so that's great value. He's having a great year. I think Calgary, it comes to a point where you need to keep some guys on your roster for next year and, have some belief for the fans and going forward. So I would be shocked if they moved Sharon Govich, to be honest with you. Mangiapane, $5.8 million. That's going to take some, retention for sure. And actually, they might not be able to. They might have used all three of their retention. Let me look here. Oh, no, they have one more. They have one more slot open for retaining salary, so they could. But I would be surprised if Mangiapane moved as well. Kuzmenko, I wouldn't. Kuzmenko, I wouldn't be like jaw to the floor if they moved him. I could see it happening, but I think Calgary made the majority of their big moves.
I think the Sharangovich trade isn't happening, by the way. He's part of the solution, not part of the problem.
The only thing, and I like Kuzmenko because even though I think his numbers were inflated playing last year with Pettersson and having a high shooting percentage, I do think that he's a player that could come in on a team with the right guys, and he could definitely produce. The only thing, if I'm looking at this from a New York Rangers perspective, is how much of a perimeter player is he? And the Rangers need to stay away from perimeter players. Zibanejad and Kreider have played too much of a perimeter game. Do you want to go and add another perimeter player like Kuzmenko just because he can shoot the puck and provide some offense? Yes, he can facilitate and help the both of those guys out. But this team needs to get players, and that's why I was so high on Guentzel, because Guentzel goes to the right areas to score big goals in key situations when the game gets to be a tire-checking game. So I don't know if Kuzmenko is necessarily that player, but I wonder if it's an option that they are exploring, because I forget who it was that said that they need to go in the comments, that they said that the jury needs to think outside of the box to make a move. I think it may have been either Chris T or Chris Frost, but they said that the jury needed to go out of the box. So yeah, I do agree there. And I don't see Tyler Mott coming back DP. I know it's a sarcastic comment, but that's not happening.
Yeah, I was about to click that one too. I got a source that's saying that the Rangers.
Tyler
Sorry.
What's that?
I can see Tyler
that
Johnson move.
You.
What?
Anthony, you go.
What are you trying? I was saying I could see Tyler Johnson moving. He's got 1 year left. No, sorry, not 1 year left. He's a pending UFA. I could see Chicago moving him, or a team that wants some, veteran experience, a guy that's a middle six player at this point in his career.
There was a source that I had that the Rangers are working on Vatrano, but I mean, who isn't? Joe Mertz is saying, any chance we can get Zuccarello back?
I don't see
Zuccarello would be a good addition, but he's got a brand new extension with the Minnesota Wild. There's no chance of getting him back in that.
Kevin Hayes would be interesting, but after the loss to New Jersey, how New Jersey skated circles around them in the final 4 games of that series, I don't think they want to go and add another player that's not fleet of foot. Pacioretty is interesting because of the fact that he's always been a very good skater. He's not a great defensive player, but it's still a very good skater with size. So I don't want to. So
Kevin Hayes, he already has salary retention on him in the trade. So if he was traded again, I don't believe you can. They're acquiring. The St. Louis would be able to retain on him. You'd have to take his full 3-point whatever million that's there.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce was asking about you last night too, Mark. So Bruce, definitely thank you, and everybody else in the chats, by the way, that have been talking about Kessel to Vancouver.
LeBron. Yeah, he's going to be signing with them. He's been working out in
and this is something that's been talked about for the last couple of days.
Yeah. Pierre LeBrun saying the Coyotes get a 6th round pick in return for Zucker. No salary retention.
6th round pick?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, he said big part of that is there was no salary retention.
Oh, that makes a ton of sense, though. Oh, man. Yeah, I wonder what it would have cost for Arizona to retain on that.
But even still, I mean, even if they retained, you got a 6th. So what are you, 3rd? I mean, I mean a 6th for Jason Zucker is, and this is bad. Zucker is worth less than Chad Ruhwedel. That's. I mean, that's a great job by Barry Trotz. You got a good. Granted, he's having a bad year, but you got Jason Zucker for a 6th round pick. Kudos to you, Mr. Trotz.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
for you, Barry. I'm going to go back to these Kevin Hayes points for you real quick because these are actually two really good posts from Chris Ross and David Wood. Chris is right in the fact that Hayes is going to hold on to the puck. And David is right that Kevin Hayes is already at 50% retained. So the Blues, all they have to do to facilitate a trade is retain 25%. But does St. Louis want to move Kevin Hayes right now? That's really the question. Because aren't they in wild card 2 or just outside of it right now?
They are.
No,
I have
Nashville's in wild card 2.
They are.
No, St. Louis is 10. They're 8. They're 8 points back.
They're 6 points back of wild card 2, and Calgary and Seattle, who are also tied with them, also have a game in hand. Yeah, you know what? I could. Yeah, maybe this is it.
Phil, we talked about that about a month ago.
Calgary, Seattle, and St. Louis all have 67 points.
Yeah, and then St. Louis is one more game played than the other two.
They're 6 points behind. Right they're all 6 points behind Vegas.
John Radigan's right. Something's coming that's going to move Zach Jones, and they can't send him down and not carry, and then they're going to carry 8 defensemen. Something is going to happen with him. I am totally with him on this one.
And I'm going to go back to this comment from Mario right here that
no,
we consider a move for talk. I know it doesn't look like it's happening. Look, if there's anybody, I would take Tuck over some of the guys that are remaining on this list. I've said it before. I am not a fan of reunions. They don't work. It's simply put in Rangers history. The only one that really a guy had a really good season was Marty Ruchinsky, and especially long term. I mean, Avery had one good year with the Rangers. After that, so did Messier, but usually they just don't work. But Phil, we were talking about the Blues, and we said about a month ago how you said like that month of February is going to kill them, and that's what it did. Like right before the trade deadline, it killed the Blues. They were in wild card 2 at one point, but that's about it.
And even as like I think it was last week, I checked the standings, and they were like right there for it. Minor deal for the Rangers. Turner Elson to Minnesota for Nick Patan. And David Pagnotta saying that Alexander Barabanov is told that he will be moved before the 3 p.m. deadline.
Yeah.
Nick,
that's a minor move, Nick
Patan. Don't even worry about that. Reed Bingham, probably not. The price on Buchnevich is going to be too high.
As Mario said, we got.
That's going to cost a bit. Because I don't think they want to retain on. They can't retain on Vatrano unless a third team gets involved. So I mean, there's probably going to cost a little more than just Jones to have them take Gaudreau.
And
so,
yeah,
I'd imagine you're maybe going to have to deal like someone like Sikora in that deal as well.
And at this point, again, you go back to there's not really many effective guys to Vatrano's level left. So Verbeek's not going to take that package for a guy he doesn't have to move. He's going to try to make the Rangers pay for Vatrano. So again, remember he's not a pending UFA. He's going to be he's got 1 year left on his contract. So no need to move him unless you really impress him with an offer.
And right now, Vatrano, 29 goals this season. And it's a career high for him, and it's going to be a career high every time he puts it on the puck in the net. But, I mean, Timo Meier wasn't
for me, I'm moving. If I was Lou Lamoriello, I'm moving my first for Frank Vatrano. That's the one guy I would move the first for. Again, I can't understate it enough. He's $3.85 million. It's a good cap hit. 1 more year. He's got a good shot. He plays the game with speed. I would, that's just me. If I were Lou, I'd be all over Vatrano and try to get him out of Anaheim. But again, like I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't move though. I don't think Verbeek's going to move him unless he gets the package that he absolutely wants. Same thing. I don't see Zegras moving at this point. He's still out. To me, that's more of like an off-season move. I don't see Zegras moving today either.
Oh,
And
Zegras is definitely not moving. That's an off-season deal. I can definitely see it happening this offseason. Again, another one where the Band-Aid was ripped off, and there were words and rumblings that he's not happy in Anaheim. And the contract negotiations from the year prior with Pat Verbeek were not good. Verbeek played hardball with him instead of giving him a long-term deal. And to me, what that said was that we see you in the light that Mike Modano and Steve Yzerman reviewed as guys that weren't going to win unless they changed something up with their game. And I don't know if Zegras is the guy that is eventually going to win a cup, because I don't think he wants to play that type of gritty, hard-nosed game to really be a winner. Modano and Yzerman bought into guys like Hitchcock and Bowman. And I don't know if he's that type of guy. I don't know if he has that in them. Some players have it in them. They were talking about, Craig Button actually was talking about it before earlier on the Trade Center cast. He said that while Mike Modano, because they were talking about Austin Matthews and how Matthews has to end up doing that type of thing to kind of propel Toronto, and he has to be that guy and take that burden on his shoulders. Button said it best. Modano wasn't a guy that wasn't going to go around and bang and crash bodies and throw his weight around and do all those things. But what Mike Modano did, that because he wasn't the captain when Dallas won, Darian Hatcher was. He had an A on his jersey.
Correct.
What Modano did was every time he got hit big, he got back up and went right back into the fight. And sometimes that's all it takes for a team to rally around somebody. Like Adam Graves, for example. He wasn't a vocal leader. He led by example on the ice. He went out there, he crashed everything. He went to the front of the net. He took the stick to the face, guy, whatever the case may be, the shots hit him. He led by example. Modano did the same thing by taking those hits and getting back up and going back into the fight. So, Trevor Zegras, he might end up having to do that, but I think, if anything, that is a complicated offseason deal, and that may end up being a draft day deal as well.
Dave is joking about saying that Modano didn't get back up when Messier hit him.
That's a cheat call, though. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop there. And you know what? You know me. I'm a huge Mike Modano fan. I did not like seeing that as a kid. I didn't.
And by the way, Chris Drury, I know a lot of the fans right now are in our chat. They're going a little bit crazy. They're like, why is Drury added anything? But no, I don't think there's a GM that didn't add more players the last 2 years of the trade deadline. So it's not going to just be Alexander Wennberg and Chad Ruhwedel. It's going to be some more guys on top of that. Everest is asking, and I'll start with you, Anthony. What would you guys say about the elephant in the room? If this should Drury be canned? Again, I'm going to wait and see till the end of the season and see how some of these things pan out. Because when it comes to the GM, look, everybody can complain right now. Oh, how do you not deal for Jake Guentzel? Oh, how do you hold on to Brendan Ottman and Gabriel Perreault? Or what happens if they trade them and it becomes, how did we trade Gabriel Perreault and Brendan Ottman? It's just how it works. Anthony, I'm going to start with you on this, even though I already started.
No, I mean, I think if the Rangers don't make a move today, or they do, and it's like a very minor one, like another in the mold of Trad Wardwell, that type of move, and they lose in the first round, maybe even the second, I think you may have some fans that really get on Drury's back and question him, as you're seeing now. But honestly, I don't see him getting fired, even if they do bow out in the first round. I don't. But if that happens, though, there would be pressure on him going into next season to kind of have more success. Because if you remember, but you got to think about it. The Rangers' window is still open, but it's only going to be open for so long. So the longer they go without getting to the final or winning the cup, there are going to be questions. Shesterkin's going to need a contract extension. Ryan Lindgren's up soon. So there's going to be things going on that's going to change the makeup of their team. But I don't see him being fired even if they lose in the first round, although criticism will be deserved if he doesn't really do anything right now to keep up with Florida, Carolina, etc.
Filk?
No, I think he may end up being on the hot seat, like Anthony said. I wouldn't see anything happening to Drury until the following offseason if they don't win it again next offseason, because you got to remember a lot of this team is still together. Lindgren is a free agent after this year, so that's going to be an interesting contract negotiation. I wouldn't go above and beyond for Ryan Lindgren. I like Ryan Lindgren. I like his game. He's a warrior, but I do worry about his body and him breaking down. He's going to seek probably about $4 million, maybe more than that. But I really have a hard time seeing them give up or give a big contract to him. There are going to be other guys. Barclay Goodrow, if he's not moved today somehow, he's gone in the offseason because they actually get a small cap credit for buying him out. I think it's like a $225,000 cap credit that they get. But I think he's gone in the offseason. And maybe they look at moving somebody like Jacob Trouba. Maybe they take a look at that and say, hey, you know what? You aren't really doing the job here. You're not worth your contract. And maybe he gets moved at that point. Because I think and Keandre Miller's been up and down. It's been very inconsistent. I'll say this. Jacob Trouba does not help him out at all. He just doesn't.
Well, Filk, before we pivot away from the Rangers and get some more news that Anthony is finding out right now, I do want to say this. You're talking about Brian Lindgren before, and you've seen it where guys that play like him, his body just breaks down and it just says no more. We've seen it with Girardi. We've seen it with Stahl. We've seen it with Ryan Callahan, even going to Tampa. You can't make that mistake again. So you got to evaluate that and say, can you hold on to him or should you move on from him? We have 926 of you watching right now. Thank you for coming to us as we're doing our trade deadline coverage. Anthony, what are you hearing around the league right now?
So it's a little, honestly, it's a little quiet right now, but something to point out because I'm following with our tracker that we made. The following playoff teams have not made a move yet, so let's watch out for these teams. But the Red Wings.
Red Wings just made a move.
Hold on.
Red Wings just made a move. Klim Kostin to San Jose for Radek Simek and a 2024 7th round pick.
All right, so minor.
Still an NHL player being moved.
Okay. Yeah, no, he is. Surprised
Is
they
it to
traded
make
him
room
forward.
for something is the question. Keep going, Anthony.
Well, it's funny that I was just naming playoff teams that haven't done anything, and that happens. But so you have Detroit. You have what?
Name another one. Maybe we'll get another trade.
Oh, yeah. So I'm trying. Detroit, LA, Philly. I know they made trades, but they didn't bring in any. Ron Johansson's waived in the minors, so technically you could say Philly hasn't really done anything to affect their main roster in terms of buying. And that is it. Every other playoff team has made at least one move, so it's really just LA now. LA has not done anything. Certainly be on the watch out for them. I would think they certainly need to make some additions here as we go down the stretch.
But what do you make out of LA? Are they in an all-in mode? There was a report earlier that Boston inquired about PLD from them. which I think you'd have to move heaven and earth to make that trade happen because there's a lot left on.
Pierre-Luc Dubois would really help Boston. I mean, I know he's not been happy in LA. He hasn't really fit in there. But tell you right now, I mean, that would be the center that could come in and really help them out.
Unless you want to get traded
LA's 2 points ahead of Vegas for third, and they're 3 points behind Edmonton in the Pacific. So they're in the area where you kind of don't want to fall to a wild card. You want to try to maintain your position or even move up to the second, because if they can move up to second, catch the Oilers, now all of a sudden they're still playing the Oilers, but they have home ice instead of starting the series on the road in Edmonton. So I think LA needs to do something. We've all talked about their goaltending for a while. Cam Talbot, the guy. I think they could use some more depth scoring as well. But they don't have much to work with in terms of cap space, so I think that handicaps them a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised to see LA pick up a forward. They were in the market for Tyler Toffoli. Shows you that they're going to try to get somebody. The question is at this point, who? Does Barabanov just go down south in California to Southern California from the Sharks to LA? I mean, he might be a good fit. So I think they're a team that needs to do something as well.
I can't help but look at these standings, guys. And Filk, I'll turn to you on this one. Anthony, get your thoughts. Right now, you have Vancouver number 1 with 89 points, Dallas number 2 with 85, although it could be any one of those central teams. Let's say it is one of the central teams and Vancouver's number 1. Right now, you have the Predators that are ahead of Vegas by 1 game. You got to be terrified if it ends up being Vegas with all the additions that they just made, right? Like if you're Vancouver, that's first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think you always have to fear Vegas. I mean, Vegas, they're the defending Stanley Cup champs. They just added Noah Hannafin. Mark Stone's going to come back for the playoffs. They added Anthony Mantha. So, yeah. And honestly, I won't be surprised if Vegas has something else up their sleeve because they always do. So, we'll see who else they add. But it is surprising to see Vegas in a wild card spot right now. I think that will change. I mean, I do think they'll pass LA with the additions they made. But for me, even though they're in a wild card spot, I still view Vegas as a contender to win the Stanley Cup. No doubt about it.
Phil, what do you think?
Vegas is a team that I definitely would not want to come across in a 7-game series. Adin Hill has proven he can win it, even though I'm not a big Adin Hill fan. I think he's slightly overrated. I think that I don't think he was that great in the playoffs. He was decent when he had to be. I think the team in front of him was tremendous, but he can get the job done. He's proven it, and that team is very, very deep. I've talked about Dallas and their roster, their forward unit being incredible. And then they go and get Chris Tanev to help round out their defense. Vegas and Florida are 2 of the deepest teams up and down right now. You want to talk about Carolina adding Guentzel? Sure, great. That's the goal scorer they needed. They still need help at center, even though they went and got Kuznetsov. Complete wild card. You don't know if he's going to come in and he's going to be a cancer. He's going to disrupt the locker room. You don't know what you're going to get with him. But Vegas is up and down. Once Stone gets back, he had Mantha to that team, and then they add Hannafin to Pietrangelo and Theodore, and guys like White Cloud and the underrated defensemen that they have on their corpse. Man, where is the weakness with Vegas?
Is Alec Martinez, is he done for the season?
He's LTIR right now, but he's another one. He'll probably end up coming back for the playoffs. Another one. So, I mean, another solid defenseman. We hate hearing that name as Ranger fans.
Yeah.
They have a great team up and down. Again, where is the weakness with Vegas?
Tommy's asking right here, guys. Probably Go ahead, Anthony.
No, I was gonna highlight this. There's no incentive for Chicago, a rebuilding team, to take on the 3 years left on Gaudreau's contract to get rid of a UFA that's going to be off the books.
But Cap
see
floor.
that happening.
Cap floor. Remember, they overpaid Perry and Foligno to bring them in. And I'm not saying that Goodrow is nearly as good of a player as those guys are, but what if Goodrow rebounds a little bit and ends up being a decent fourth liner for them and provides leadership if Chicago's not on his trade list? And I imagine Chicago's probably on his trade list, but that would be a cap floor thing for them if they can go and do that. So they're going to need to hit the cap floor because you're going to be losing some veterans. But I would imagine that would be a cap floor type thing for them.
Let's see here.
Yeah, this is kind of a quiet time, if you will.
Yeah, we're on the 1
just
o'clock.
just under 2 hours left. Ottawa's a team to watch too. I mean, I don't think Jacob Chikrin's going to move, but I'm hearing a lot around Eric Brandstrom that the Senators might move him. Still a young D, still has maybe a little bit of upside. I wonder about Dominic Kubalik, pending UFA. Did score 30 goals once in his career, probably a fluke, but he's a guy that maybe might move to provide some depth. I'm trying to think of some other teams that expect to be active. Buffalo already traded Okposo. I mean, I don't know who else.
Eric Johnson. I wonder if Eric Johnson gets moved.
He might. I
think Eric Johnson has to get moved.
Pittsburgh is going to maybe move Riley Smith, and I would think.
I wonder if Lars Eller gets moved.
Max Pacioretty.
Lars Eller would be a big pickup for quite a few teams out there. I mean, you wonder if Vegas could go get Lars Eller because that would be a Vegas type move, for them to go get Lars Eller.
Also, a little bit of irony too.
Larry Brooks is saying that Pacioretty to the Rangers is a very real possibility.
See, I think that's a great buy low deal. It's not going to cost you anything.
Yeah, I get that, but he's a left wing, so who moves over, or is he playing out of position?
I think he's probably playing out of position.
I would imagine, but there's got to be another move made on top of that. You that cannot be your one move. It can't be. So,
and
Lars Eller has one more year left on his deal after this season.
He's got terms, so Pittsburgh doesn't have to move him if they don't get what they're looking for right now. I still think he could get a nice little return next year if they decide to move him at the deadline, because I can't imagine this Pittsburgh team ends up being good next year unless they decide, okay, let's just push our chips in again and go get players and try to get Crosby and Malkin another Stanley Cup like they did this year. But I mean, Dubas can't go make the same mistake 2 years in a row, can he?
No, there's no way he can. And that was actually one of the questions I had on here that I did not put on, which was, does the Guentzel trade signal the start of the rebuild for the Pittsburgh Penguins? I think you have to.
Yeah, I think so.
I do.
Yeah.
I heard Marcus Pettersson's name out there.
Yeah, Pettersson is. I mean, the only problem is I think he has term at like 4.4 million. I think it is.
Yeah, he's got 1 year left. He's got 1 year left after this season.
Yeah, he's got term at I think it's like. Okay, no, it's 4.025 million that he's at for next season. So Pittsburgh would have to retain on him to make that work for quite a few teams. But he's a solid defenseman. Like he's somebody that could be a 4 or 5, depending on how deep your defense already is. Like he could come onto a team and play top 4 minutes. He's proven he can handle top 4 minutes.
Yeah, he can. Yep, I agree with that.
So
I also wonder about Jeff. I wonder about Jeff Carter. He's a pending UFA. I don't know if there's any market for him.
Ooh,
that's an interesting one.
Yeah, that is definitely an interesting one. I mean, he can give you some offense, and he's not terrible defensively in a bottom six role. Like if you're not bringing him in to be your offensive savior. He's got only 10 points this year, so his
No,
offense has dropped off from 2 years ago in Pittsburgh, where he had 19 goals and 45 points. But I mean, if he can come in and be like a bottom six addition for a team, that's not a bad pickup. He can still.
yeah, he's got a no movement clause, so he definitely controls where he goes.
Yeah. I wonder how many people are on, or how. Let's see what his contract says. No, it's a full no move. Doesn't have trade list, but he just has to waive his no move to go. So then once his no move is waived, he could go wherever at that point.
Yeah,
But I'd imagine he'd probably waive for another chance at a cup, or who knows? Maybe he's just you got to remember he's what 30. He's our age. And no, he's 30. He's
Yes.
39, so he's going on 40.
Mario just
Yeah,
asking
I
for
mean,
a shout out. He did mention Jeff Carter as well. Go ahead, Ant.
yeah. I didn't even see that, but I mean, yeah, he could be an option anytime you're pending UFA and you're on a team that's not gonna make the playoffs. There's always a chance you get traded, but again, he has that full no movement clause, so he decides if he wants to move or not for a chance at a Stanley Cup.
I mentioned this before because I know the fans keep bringing this up over and over again. And probably one of the reunions I would actually welcome. Matt Zuccarello has a 2-year extension on top of this. The asking price would be astronomical. And right now he's playing great hockey with Kirill Kaprizov. Why would he want to go anywhere? He's got a full no trade clause, even if it's go back to New York.
The
Orioles, hey,
Leafs inquired about David Savard. I mean, that would be the defenseman that they needed. And it kind of goes along with adding Joel Edmondson. They want to add, defenders that are more physical. I would definitely agree with it.
Yeah, Kirill Kaprizov. That's what is this? Would you trade Dobson, Barzell for Pedersen?
I guess we'll say that's a who says no on that one.
Yeah, that's a who says no on that one. I don't think Vancouver does that. I'm sorry. No, I'm not trying to slam the Islanders in any such sort of way, but Pedersen's in a league of his. He's in a very rare air type league right now. That's a legitimate 100 plus point player, and no offense to Barzell or Dobson, but Vancouver doesn't do that.
Anthony, who says no?
Honestly, I don't think Lou's doing that either, because as good as Pedersen is, you're giving up a guy in Barzell who's going to have 85 points, and you're giving up a defenseman that has 85 points. I don't see Lou doing it.
I'm going to use the rarest. I don't think we've used it on our Who Says No segment, which is both teams say no. There's no way the Islanders are doing that, and there's no way that Vancouver's doing that. It's just no. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the case. I can definitely tell you that Vancouver definitely for sure doesn't do it. I think maybe the Islanders consider it, but probably don't end up saying no. But why does Vancouver need another puck mover when they already have Quinn Hughes? And Quinn Hughes, as good as Dobson has been this year, Quinn Hughes is the better puck mover. I mean, he's got fuller seasons and more of a track record of being a better puck mover than Dobson. And again, I've been very high on Dobson this year. I think that he is the Islanders MVP, but Quinn Hughes may be the best puck moving defenseman in the league right now.
All right. Let's go right down to this one. That's a good call. What do you do if you're the Islanders? They're very much alive in the Metro 3. Anthony, go ahead.
Stated earlier, I mean, I think they need another depth scoring piece, especially now that they moved Nelson up to the top line. I think they could use another depth defenseman too. But we'll see what happens. I would think, again, being that they're on a 5-game win streak, they're really putting pressure on Tampa Bay. As you say here, they're certainly in the mix to overtake the Flyers. 2 games in hand on them. I would think he's going to try to bolster a lineup, but we'll see. There's a little, like I said, there's a little under 2 hours to go. If he finds the right deal, I'm sure he'll pull the trigger. But
Mario
in
was
terms of specifics, there's a lot of guys off the board, as you know. I mean, I would have liked Zucker for a 6th-round pick, but obviously didn't happen. So I don't know. Honestly, I'm not really quite sure where he goes right now.
He was mentioned in this name, Nick Schmaltz, but Nick Schmaltz has got 2 years left at $5.8 million. As much as a lot of teams are like a guy like Nick Schmaltz, no, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, let's see Arizona moving him. I mean, him along with Clayton Keller and some other pieces. I don't think that the Coyotes would move him at this point.
Phil, we'll go to a quick one for you right here. H. Sims is asking, do you like the Rangers defense for the playoffs? I know we've covered this. We'll just try to touch on it real quick. In my opinion, you got to upgrade from Erik Gustafsson, but go ahead.
I would like to see them, upgrade over Erik Gustafsson. I don't trust him come playoff time. There's a reason why a guy like that bounces around from team to team because of the fact that he just doesn't get it done defensively in his own end, and he's not going to get a ton of playoff time or power play time come playoff time. It's not really something that I like going into it, especially with the way that him and Schneider played together probably since the end of November. It's been very up and down for the two of them. I know that Erik Johnson plays the right side, but I rather would have explored bringing him in. I believe David Savard is also a right side defenseman. That's a name that I rather would see play there too, instead of Erik Gustafsson. And listen, Gustafsson was good earlier on in the year, but at some point you got to acknowledge that, Savard's also on the right side. So at some point you got to acknowledge that he's not a great fit. So Rangers don't want for Cup.
Well, Freddie is saying the Rangers dealt Monte for the 94 Cup if they were part of with a kid for a key piece. I'd take that trade off. The Rangers have a cup in history since World War II. Look, that was a trade that they made. And look, the other part of that, everybody thinks, oh, they got Mateau in that trade. Brian Noonan was by far the most productive player after the trade.
Brian Noonan was a monster against the Islanders and the Capitals. Like, he was great in those first 2 rounds. It was the final 2 rounds where his offense really disappeared.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just where I kind of look at that, and people forget that there was more to that trade. Still, it was a lot to give up to Tony Monte. Anthony, you got any news around the league, or what are you finding so far?
Nothing right now. It's honestly, it's pretty it's
very
quiet. Listen, this happens a lot, and then there's a flood of trades, closer to 3. But we know there are guys that are going to get traded, like, Matt Dumba, who sat out, he's going to move Barabanov. So a lot of these move, like I would think, Pacioretty, Riley Smith. So hopefully a lot of these moves start to come. But right now, nothing really concrete here. So I'm just honestly, I am a little surprised that we haven't seen anything from the Rangers, the Island. I know there was the Ruhwedel and the other real minor league deal, but I'm surprised there hasn't been more from these teams right now.
I'm more surprised by the Islanders.
But again, yeah, you know what? I think also too is it's always a game of chicken. They're the teams that you wait for the price to drop. Then it gets closer to 3. Teams start saying, "Oh, I really got to get rid of this player. No one's biting." They lower the price, and then something gets done. But I think hopefully, like I said, there's a flood of activity closer to 3. We know there always is, but we'll have to see.
And I got to say, this trade deadline is sort of getting interesting, and I'm looking that up too, Bill.
It's Chris Johnston's reporting it. Leafs are going to send down Matthew Nyes to the Marlies in a paper transaction today to preserve some flexibility down the stretch if needed. So I wonder who they have in mind. So this has got to be someone with some significant salary. I wonder if it's a David Savard or someone like that then at that point.
Another name to watch out for is Scott Lawton. Scott Lawton on the Flyers. His name has drawn a lot of attention. If the Flyers get their asking price, he could be on the move today too.
All right. I want us to make a crazy prediction like who's the next guy, but first off, we got 943 of you watching right now during the lull that is the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock hour. Because as Anthony just said, we have a lot of guys they're playing chicken right now, and Will's credit is saying, does Yoenis Cespedes play hockey? Maybe, I don't know, but that was a trade deadline joke all the way back to when the Mets did that in 2015. We can only
the Flyers the Flyers are looking for a first round pick for Lawton, so they would laugh at that. But I don't know if they'll get a first round pick, but that's what they're asking for.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, if they don't want to deal him, okay, at that point, just say you don't want to deal him. But he is not worth a first round pick, and he's making $3 million a year for the next 2 years. So if Philadelphia retains on that, they can make that work for a team, down to 1.5. 1.5 for Scott Lawton is really a nice cap hit for him. He's listen, he would be a massive upgrade over Barclay Goodrow. I don't care what anybody says. He would be a massive.
Everybody is down.
And you bring him in, that's great. He's got 10 goals and 32 points. He had 18 goals and 43 points last season. So he is a guy that could give you some decent production.
James M is asking
Dave,
Phil. You go, Anthony.
Dave Pagnotta saying Max Pacioretty has been presented with an opportunity to waive his no movement clause for a contender. I'm told no decision yet as of this time. Larry Brooks has reported New York Rangers still in the mix. Florida was in play before they added Kyle Okposo earlier. So,
wow. I mean, if Florida adds Pacioretty, that's insane. I do happen to like Pacioretty's look. You might look at him and go, 3 goals, 12 assists. Those 12 assists, I mean, if he ends up being a guy that goes to that first line and ends up making plays for Zibanejad and Kreider, and you're not paying a heavy price for him, that's fine. I mean, it's people that think that the Rangers need to go out and get Peter Forsberg today, I think they're a little bit out of their minds. I don't think they need to go that crazy.
But what Filk is saying, though, he's right. Pacioretty's not going to move the needle. I mean, this is a guy that's what in his how old is he? He's in his
Pacioretty is
30s or so.
I think he is. Hold on.
And 2 Achilles tendon injuries.
Yeah, and 2 Achilles tendon on the same one. I don't. Or was it or was it the other one? I don't know. But either or, it's still 2 Achilles injuries. I don't know.
I think it is the same.
If you get Pacioretty, I wouldn't. Honestly, you know what it's like? If you get Pacioretty, it's like basically plugging Blake Wheeler back into the lineup at this point. I mean, the older veteran guys.
He's a better skater than that. He's a better skater than that.
But I'm talking about players who aren't what they used to be. I know he's a better skater.
I get it.
He's a player. It's not.
Here's my biggest issue. People wanted to bash Patrick Kane and say, oh, Patrick Kane can't come in and his hip is going to be a problem and all this other stuff. And yet you want Max Pacioretty, who hasn't been nearly as productive as Patrick Kane in a long time. and that's the guy that you want? No. Nope.
I go to it because I'm reluctant to give up the first round pick for these guys that are out there right now. I know everybody is hyped on Vatrano. I can't.
Hold on. You would rather go bargain basement dumpster diving for Max Pacioretty than
that's dumpster diving. You're right about that.
You want to go dumpster diving for Pacioretty as opposed to giving up a first for Vatrano.
I think I would lean for the Vatrano in all honesty.
I thought we were going to have you Baker acted for a second.
No. It's I think there is like a medium on that. But by the way, guys, we're going to see. We have to kill 30 minutes. Fortunately, we talk a lot of hockey.
Why not try to get Riley Smith? I mean, I think that's a much better option.
Bailey Rogers is already on that. So I said it last week. I'm all for Riley Smith. Swiss Army knife. Comes in, does everything. Scores goals. North-south. Kills penalties. Can be used on power play. Plays in every single situation. You could slot him up and down your lineup. I think he can get Kreider and Zibanejad going. But I wonder what the price would be for him, because Pittsburgh, if they didn't want to deal Jake Guentzel to their, I really wonder if they would want to deal Riley Smith to the Rangers. And, there's some sort of rumor that I saw floating around in the chat that Sidney Crosby supposedly told, and I don't believe that, but I wonder if ownership was against dealing Jake Guentzel to the Rangers, and that's why the asking price for the Rangers was probably through the roof as opposed to Carolina. So,
and
I would, me personally, I would assume that the price to get Riley Smith can't be more than Tyler Toffoli. But the problem is with that is the Rangers don't have their second round pick this year. So without a second round pick, I don't know what they would pay to get Riley Smith.
And right now, again, 9:43 of you guys watching with us. Make sure you're hitting that like button right now. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. Although there's weird things with the YouTube algorithm that it's not as important, but please just subscribe anyway.
950 now. It's pretty cool.
950. And look, hey, guys, we get to 1,000. I'll do a shot on the air. So,
oh God, here we go. Here we go.
Wait, no, I won't. All right, maybe. I don't know. We'll see about that. All right. Bailey Rogers is asking this one. It's only 1:30 here in Canada. That's where Oreo is saying. You're 1 minute behind us. Sikora and a 6 for Riley Smith. Filk, who says no to that one?
I think Pittsburgh might end up saying no. I think it's going to be more than a 6th-round pick that would have to go. I think if it was a second in Sikora, I think that maybe would be able to get it done. Rangers don't have a second. I don't think they would have to give up a first necessarily, but I think they're probably going to have to give up a second somewhere down the road and maybe a couple of prospects to get it done since they don't want to move their first.
Donnell is asking this question right now, Anthony. What do you think is the biggest trade so far?
Jake Guentzel.
Yeah,
that's the biggest trade so far.
I would say that's fairly obvious, Donnell. Yeah.
Yeah. No, followed by that. In terms of like assets moving and name, Jake Guentzel, and then I guess Noah Hannafin, and then the middle stat for Bowen Byram trade was a pretty big trade. It was 1-for-1, but
Elias Lindholm right now only 7 points, and he's a -4 with Vancouver, so he's not having that same impact as he has with Calgary a few years ago, like being that great defensive forward. I would probably say the Hannafin trade. I think that's going to be so impactful. You talk about that loaded defense. Jeez.
Yeah.
You guys,
I like that Hannafin trade. Go ahead, Ed.
If you guys remember, I know it's slow right now, but when the Rangers made that Ryan McDonagh trade, I know that trade just beat the 3 o'clock buzzer. So when you're down that your team hasn't done anything yet, you got to remember that there's still plenty of time and for moves to be made. So usually it's at the craziest at the final buzzer. But Marc, I hope we get to 1,000 so we could see you take a shot. I'd be all
Yeah.
I'd be all
This is one
for that.
shot, guys. I got to work tonight.
Same, yeah.
Yeah.
So Joe Smith, who writes for the Minnesota Wild and Athletic, used to cover Tampa Bay, actually, funny enough, is saying that the Pat Maroon deal to Boston is official. It's a conditional 6-rounder 2026. And
Yes, it is.
Luke Toporowski, I'm sorry.
I got a couple comments I want to highlight and a couple questions I want to get in there, guys. First, we'll go with this one. H. Sims he was joking about Kakko being number 2 overall. LOL. I think with Kakko, his draft status doesn't matter anymore.
It's not anymore,
yeah. There are some teams that are still going to look at him and go, he was drafted number 2 overall, so there's potential, but I really don't think that that's right there. Willie is saying Florida and Vegas have very scary rosters, but the Colorado Buffalo deal, which was the Casey Middlestat deal that came out of nowhere. All of us were shocked about that.
Yeah.
That could be a real good one. But let's get to 2 questions. Oreo Show is asking, do you think Crosby will get traded or is done? Okay.
Crosby's definitely not done. I don't think he gets traded. I know I said earlier on that Pittsburgh was a team to look out for because of the fact that they can move Smith, Eller, and then maybe somebody like Crosby. I don't think Crosby realistically gets dealt. But I tell you right now, his reaction last night to the Guentzel trade was not a good one. Tell you right, he's definitely not happy right now.
And Anthony, you're saying no. Why are you saying no?
No to what?
That Crosby gets traded. No.
No, he's not getting traded.
Elliot Freeman saying traction on Jake Allen to New Jersey.
Oh, that'll get them in the playoffs. So I'm going to say no for another reason on top of that, guys. Crosby was one of the guys that convinced them re-signing Malkin, re-signing Letang. Crosby's just not going to up and leave a year after that. And he means so much to the city of Pittsburgh. I am this close to saying he probably means more to Pittsburgh than anybody outside of Ben Roethlisberger in this century. That's how much I'm going to say.
No, Mario Lemieux, but
in this century, so more than Lemieux.
I still think Lemieux in this century is still a big thing. Him coming back in 2000 was a huge thing for Pittsburgh. I mean, he helped in a lot of those years after that 2001 playoff run that ended at the hands of the Devils in the Eastern Conference Finals. Lemieux, being there for those next few years was kind of the only bright light that they had up until Crosby. And you ask me, Lemieux had something to do with Crosby getting there. I'm not going to go into further details, but Crosby ends up there. I get Crosby won 3 cups this century, but that franchise is not alive unless Mario Lemieux steps into an ownership role. Telling you that right now. And I would put anything on that if Mario Lemieux did not step into that ownership role, that team is not only gone, but if they somehow stayed, they don't get Crosby without Lemieux. I really don't think that happens. So Mario is still more important to me than Sidney Crosby.
Anthony, I'm going to start with you on this question. I think we cover this every single year, especially in the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock hour, because there is just nothing going on. But I always love this question. Do you guys think the NHL trade deadline is the best trade deadline out of the 4 major sports? And by the way, if you want to put them in order, Anthony, go ahead.
Well, first, we're at 955 viewers, so we're about 40-something odd viewers from Marc doing the shot on the air. So let's try to get to 1,000 so we can see Marc take a shot on air. With that said, I'll do this, Marc. If the Islanders actually make a trade, I'll do a shot too to spice things up. I don't make a trade of any kind. I'll do a shot. I'll do a shot of Terramana tequila over here. But yeah, I think
Definitely not do a shot of that.
I think it is. I think it's the best trade deadline. I mean, I'm biased. The hockey's my favorite sport, but so I'm going to say yes.
Filk, and go ahead, put it in order.
It's biased. It's definitely biased, but the NHL deadline is the best one for me. I mean, they have the trade deadline specials. MLB is not nearly, and I follow. Obviously, you and I both follow baseball. I think a little more than Anthony does, even though Anthony is a Yankee fan. I would say that it probably goes for me. NHL, NBA has definitely a big following on trade deadline day. MLB, and then NFL. That just doesn't ever seem like there's really much coverage for the NFL trade deadline. So I probably have to put them at 4.
Yeah, I think it's because it's harder to make trades in the NFL, and the value of draft picks is so much higher. And the Cowboys for a couple years, they were just throwing around like first round picks, and the Dolphins the last couple years, I know that.
Pierre LeBrun saying pending trade call. Montreal sent Jake Allen to New Jersey.
Okay, so we got another trade to update, but I would probably go now because MLB is falling back. They used to have that waiver trade deadline, and they'd have to explain that every single year. Now they're not doing that as much. But the MLB trade deadline used to be fantastic. I think hockey's surpassed it. I think hockey's now become trade month. And it starts usually right before the All-Star game as it did this year and as it did last year with Bo Horvat. And it just this is actually we're getting great numbers today, and I was deathly afraid of this with all the trades that happened today, but this week before I can get home to New York. But this has been a very interesting trade deadline, even right now, because you got a lot of teams that haven't made moves that need to make moves, and a lot of sellers that haven't sold off yet. So I can't wait to find out with this. So I'd probably go hockey 1, baseball 2. NBA 3, even though the NBA isn't even as it's gotten more interesting over the last 20 years, even though I'm not big on the NBA. And
conditional third round pick for Jake Allen.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say that conditional third.
Apparently, according to Sarah Valley, it's conditional third, which can become a second based on games played, per Chris Johnston. Per Sarah Valley, sorry.
You know,
why does New Jersey do this? Why does New Jersey do this now at this point? To me, it's just
I don't see it. I just don't.
Like you trade Tyler Toffoli, and then you just after that you go out and try to get a goalie. Like I don't understand.
I'm gonna steal a term from our buddy Evan over at Ranger Central and say donating draft picks, because that's what that is. Is that just a terrible deal for them? I actually want to comment this one because I think this brings up a nice debate that we could segue into. Who has won this deadline, Mark?
We're gonna go the words so far. Just to qualify what he's saying, because we're going to ask this question possibly at 3:30 and likely on Wednesday again, because we need to see what these draft picks are. Ooh, that's a good one. Could be the Colorado Avalanche or even the Dallas Stars, because the Dallas Stars, they just added Chris Tanev. That's it. That's all they needed to do. We have one hole. Let's plug it. So I'll go with those two. Filk?
Colorado for me is a real good one. I would have to say either them or the Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, you went and you got Noah Hannafin and you added him to that defensive core, and then you add Anthony Mantha on top of that. Like, that's just – I get Carolina went and got Guentzel, and they went and they got Kuznetsov to kind of – bring in their center position, and I get it, but the impactful the moves that Colorado made, they went and they got their number 2 center solidified, and then they go and they get Sean Walker to basically fill in for Bowen Byram so that they can go upgrade their center position. Then they go and get Yakov Trenin, and then they go and get Brandon Duhaime, like that's a great deadline for Colorado. I got to lean towards Colorado by the tiniest of margins over Vegas.
And
So
again, it's Colorado.
I'm gonna go. Well, first, actually, Elliot Friedman saying that Flyers traded Wade Allison to Nashville for Dennis Gurianov. So
Wow, for Dennis Gurianov, okay.
At this point, yeah.
Mark
For me, I'm gonna go Vegas. I'm gonna go Vegas too. I like obviously I love the addition of Hannafin, and then they also got Anthony Mathers that have 20 goals season. So Vegas for me as well. Close second. Colorado did good things. I also like Florida too. I mean, Florida, we all know how good they are, and then you add Tarasenko, and then you add a solid player like Kyle Okposo. So they've had a good deadline week as well. And also up to 970 now. We are just 30 viewers away from 972, 28 away from Mark Williams
28 away
on air. So
28 away for you two.
Hopefully we get that.
Because we're always good. Everybody always looks at it. Go ahead.
Habs retaining 50% of Jake Allen's cap hit, which is significant because he's got 1 year left. So they're on the hook for having his salary for next year as well.
Did they retain on Monahan? Because I want to. I mean,
Montreal.
If you're gonna move David Savard, I wonder if they've used all their retention. I don't think they have. But if they've used all of their retention slots, then that's going to make a David Savard move harder.
See, retained salary. Joel Edmondson and Jeff. Yeah. Yep. They have they retained on Joel Edmondson and Jeff Petrie, so they just used their last retention slot.
Man, now that's going to hurt a David Savard deal. That's going to lower the return on him because they're going to have to get a 13 then.
So
Mark. So you guys avoided a little bit of a shot count unless this peaks back up.
Oh no, it'll hopefully it'll still get back up. But wait a second. My head hurts thinking about this. So Jake Allen's got another year on his deal. Is that right?
Yes.
He's got another year on his deal at $3.85 million. So are the Devils going to try to upgrade from Jake Allen next year? Or are they going to say that one of the guys they got in house is actually worth it? What are the Devils doing?
They have Vitek Vanacek on injured reserve, not long-term injured reserve. But then you have both Nico Dawes and Akira Schmid, who are both restricted free agents. Does this mean that they're giving up on one or both of those goalies? I mean, Dawes is not really that good, so I can't really blame them there. But Schmid was the guy that helped them over the Rangers. And then all of a sudden, supposedly he was the next goaltender for them. Now, I mean, is Jake Allen going to be, or Vitek Vanacek, going to be sent to Calgary for Markstrom in the offseason?
Yeah, I still think they want Jacob Markstrom. So I think they're going to find a way to make that work.
And Jake Allen's going to be the
well, he'll be backup if they'd be the backup. Yeah.
Anthony, go ahead. What were you saying?
We should lower. I think we should lower the bar from 1,000 to 980. If you get to 980, you do a shot. So I'm not.
Yeah. Well, and we're asking about the viewers, and we got everybody in the chat right now, and the viewing that are watching this. They don't know this on the outside. They need to spread the word. So,
yes, exactly.
I think I'll tweet it out so that way that'll actually get in there. But
yeah, I
do love, by the way, a lot of the reactions like Leo right here, who just come on and go, "What? Zucker went for a sex?" Yeah,
but again, that's because Nashville didn't retain Arizona. Sorry, Arizona didn't retain salary on him. So that's why. I think he's saying something. Yeah, I listen. I said this. I don't think the last part's true. He'd be gone by now. But I did say earlier it's not going to surprise me if Vatrano stays with Anaheim because they don't have to move him. He's not a pending UFA. He's got a year left on his contract. So I think I honestly I'm leaning towards him staying in Anaheim to be totally honest with you.
I know there's some reactions like what Jay's got right here. If NYR doesn't get Vatrano, I literally feel like they're conceding, but they can always still call up Brendan Ottman for the postseason. Maybe he's lightning in a bottle. You could possibly sign Gabriel Perreault after the college season's over.
Perreault is not happening. Don't even mention that.
I know. I'm just saying variables. There's other things that they could try to find the answer in-house. But also keep in mind 2 to 3. Action happens from 2 to 3. Hell, when Filk and I did our first one, there was so much player movement between the 2:20 and even 3:15 that it was hard for us to keep up. So the best is yet to come, everybody. And we got 966 of you waiting to find that out.
Eric Johnson to Philadelphia.
Eric Johnson to Philadelphia. All right, let's get that one up.
For Elliot Friedman.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you don't touch Gabriel Perreault. Gabriel Perreault is he's not ready. He's not ready. So just, don't even worry about that. And that's their counter to moving Sean Walker away. And that's why they looked to release Ryan Johansson so that they had the cap space to do it. What
do you got there, Anthony?
You missed your line.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Dennis Gurianov, he's the one that scored the goal that got Dallas into the Stanley Cup Finals in the bubble, right?
No, Kiviranta had the hat trick.
Yeah, but I thought Gurianov was the overtime winner that put them in the finals.
I thought Kiviranta's was the overtime winner. I thought the overtime winner was Kiviranta's hat trick goal. I could be wrong.
I know we kept them alive for a while. So, all right, but we'll check on that in a second because
Leo is saying Kiviranta, and you know what? From one of our 2 resident Finns, I'm going to take it because I know him and his brother both love their Finns. So I'd imagine they're on top of it.
You know what? I got to agree with you on that. Got to concede to the Finns. Let's see the trade bait board.
I wonder what the return is on Eric Johnson. Probably just a mid-round pick at this point, I would think.
I'd probably imagine like a 3rd or a 4th, something like that. Maybe a low-end prospect with it.
Yeah.
Guys, I can't believe we have heard nothing on Nick Dowd.
Wow, Kuznetsov is already at Kane's practice.
He's probably blowing a line off the ice.
Mark, come on. Really?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry. I that's not professional to say, but I went for it.
I think you should do the shot now just for saying that.
Just for saying that, you probably should.
I'm gonna go into quiet mode for a little bit.
There's really.
Leo brings up some good names here. Dowd, Bukestad, Dumba still available. I have my doubts about Dumba. Yeah, that's good, Mark. There you go. So D. Ely saying that Cops in Carolina do not play. So
I think Dumba's gonna go. I mean, he was sat out yesterday. I think he's gonna move.
2024 round pick to 2024 4th round pick to Buffalo for Eric Johnson.
Yeah,
and that's likely with no salary retention. So Sarah Valley, full details Saravalli is not mentioning any salary retention. So Philadelphia waiving Ryan Johansson was a good move for them, I guess, to get it in. This is another one, Vincent Bova, that you've mentioned that I don't think is being moved. I doubt Krause is being moved unless the Rangers go and surrender up someone like Brennan Othman for him. I doubt Krause is being moved. I think it would take a first Othman and something else to get Krause, and I don't think he's moving.
Yeah, because Lawson Krause is signed until 2027 at $4.3 million, and that would be a real big swing.
LeBron is confirming no salary retention on the Eric Johnson trade.
Well, almost just 1 hour. Almost just 1 hour to go.
Yeah, we're gonna start seeing a lot more. I mean, we've already seen a lot of player movement.
EJ is a rental empire. He is a rental. So yeah, that's no salary retention. Rental. When there's no salary retention involved, the prices drop. Prices drop big time. So that's what we're seeing today. The Rangers don't have a second, Jay. So it's Kakko is not going in that deal. If Kakko was not dealt for Jake Guentzel, who was the real difference maker that the Rangers could have gotten, then Kakko's not getting dealt for Vatrano. I'm sorry, even with the extra year on his contract. Is there truth for the Rangers trying to get Zegras? No. I doubt it right now.
Yeah. Right, 974 right now is our high on that.
No, we were at 982 before.
Oh, that's right. We got the 982.
I think we agreed if we get to 982, Marc's doing a shot.
No, we were still at 1,000 at that point.
Yeah, so we still got to go for the 1,000. It's still got
at this point. At this point in time, do you guys think that the Rangers are going to make a trade? You still think they're going to make a move?
Lightning, yeah. I definitely think the Lightning are still making a move.
And the
Rangers. The
Rangers, yeah. They have to make a move. They have to. If they don't, then this deadline's an utter failure.
No. We get the 2,000 maybe.
We got the 2,000. Mark would have to call Big Lou again.
And Lou on
we probably get Mark arrested because Lou would probably be like, who is this guy that has called me once before? Now he's calling me again. So Lou would probably have the police out on that.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to see him at the draft and not have him kill me. Mark Williams, Big Apple Hockey. No. All right. And we're back up to 980 yet again. I'd love to see it if we could break 1,000 today. That would be epic.
I want to see it just so you take a shot. That's what I care about.
Who is this John Fitzpatrick calling you and Dermo idiots? Is that somebody? Oh, no, he's friends with Dermo. Okay. All right. Never mind.
Okay.
All right. So he's just trolling Dermo. I'll let that happen.
Yeah. Izzy FC was talking about this right here, that the Rangers and the Devils series last season exposed Kane and the Rangers big time.
Kane wasn't the problem.
Kane wasn't the problem, but the problem was still coaching. Gerard
was coaching. That team, and I know that I may get heat for saying this, but I think that team quit on Gallant. Lou would send his cousin out with a
baseball bat. Filk, Joe Shentrain is saying, hey, do you have any predictions? Does Frank Vatrano come back to the New York Rangers?
I think Drury's going to have to pay up for him at this point, unless he can get Riley Smith. I think Drury's going to have to pay up. I think it's going to look like something like a first, Zach Jones, and maybe another prospect. So.
Now, Empire State Construction's got a good one right here, and let me go to you on this one, Anthony. When is the NHL going to allow contract restructuring? I think it may help teams and players around the league. Just his opinion. I don't think it would happen in season. I think it would happen in the off season if they ever decided to do that. Do you think that would enable more trades?
It might, but I don't see the league. I don't see the players' union signing off on that. I just don't. I don't see that happening.
Andrew Peak traded to Boston. Smaller deal, but
all right.
Still
Yeah, Phil, do you think that was
Columbus defenseman?
Yeah, got some size 6'3".
Columbus D.
Defensive defenseman.
Andrew Peak is it's Peak with an E at the end, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious to see where you're hearing that.
Yeah, where are you?
I haven't seen
that,
anybody.
Johnny? I haven't seen
anybody that say about that.
I don't think Dumba really helps them all that much, to tell you the truth.
I think he helps. He's an upgrade over Sebastian Aho right now, who's playing as their sixth defenseman.
I think Aho's better defensively than he is.
I mean, Matt Dumba has at one point in his career he was a pretty good, legitimate top four defenseman. I think he's better than Sebastian Aho overall.
It was 6 years ago.
And his production's been dropping the entire time. So and the Islanders kind of don't need him to be a power play quarterback because they got their guy.
Yeah, well, that's what my problem with Matt Dumba is.
No, he wouldn't.
You bring him in. He's what, $3.9 million is his cap hit, and he's
Jacob Zaboral heading to Columbus for Andrew Peak.
Okay, that's not a bad deal. So, but small deal, but not a bad one. But you bring in Dumba. He's got a high cap hit. So unless you have the cap space to bring that type of player in, because Arizona can't retain anymore, right? I think they're out of retention spots.
I'll have to look.
Anthony got that.
I'd have to look.
I don't know if they're out of
Dumba makes 3.9 against the cap. He's not good defensively. And the offense just is not there anymore. Like, what are you getting out of this guy? He's got 10 points. He's a minus 13. And I get it, Arizona's not a great team, but he wasn't great in Minnesota defensively either. And he was a part of a much better crew. Like, to me, I don't see what he gives you anymore at this point. I really don't.
I only got that there's one retention spot in Arizona, so I don't know if I'm on the right screen on that one.
Yeah,
just go to cap friendly. Go all the way down.
Yeah, then the only one is OEL.
Yeah.
So far.
Yes.
Wait.
So they could retain more salary.
Wait, hold on. Where is it on cap friendly?
If you click on the Coyotes roster, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Under additional statistics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah, I know this is satire, but I mean, you have to be thinking that if you're a Ranger fan, because his alarm must not. I don't know. Tell you right now, if he doesn't get
less than
done, oof, man,
we're less than an hour away. Some unconfirmed Latvian guy saying rumblings of Nick Dowd to Carolina.
Some unconfirmed Latvian guy? Who is it? Ottawa claims Boris Tkachuk. Anaheim claimed Lagesson from the Leafs. Tobias Bjornfot claimed by Florida.
Claimed by Florida.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? He was one of the better defensive prospects in the 2019 draft. So
yeah, he was.
So Tkachuk got waived by the Blackhawks. So that tells me that the Blackhawks are making a move.
I mean, they don't have to move Tyler Johnson. That's another thing. They don't have many UFAs, but they don't have to move him if they don't want to.
No, but it would make sense for them to move him.
Yeah, you might as well get something for him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
in the San Jose Sharks, they got Kevin LeBanc, Mike Hoffman, Alexander Barabanov, as we said before.
Barabanov, Pan Yoda was saying Barabanov is getting moved. I would imagine they're trying to make efforts to move him as we speak.
I mean, Justin Bailey, Ryan Carpenter, they got, and then even Kaapo Kähkönen is a UFA.
Yeah, maybe he goes as a backup somewhere, but I don't who's in the market for a backup goaltender right now.
I mean, you always want to make sure your goaltending is there. I just don't think it would be Kähkönen would be the guy I would go with. I mean, especially with Jake Allen now. If Jake Allen was the backup, I'd be okay with that. Let's say, for instance, if I'm a team making a playoff push, I don't think, not Kähkönen.
Everyone else that was put on waivers cleared, apparently, according to I think it's Friedman that just tweeted it. So the ones were Lagesson, obviously Lagesson, Bjornfot, and Tkachuk were the three big claims. In Colorado, you're right. Anthony Beatus is right about this. Colorado needs a backup.
Yeah, because they're playing Georgiev to the point of exhaustion.
Amanda, why not Buchnevich? And I've gone over this a few times earlier today, so I'll just explain it again pretty quickly. One, the price is astronomical. St. Louis is asking for a king's ransom for him. And two, I don't think Drury wants to admit the mistake of trading away a guy that he traded because the team was too soft at the time and then bring him back. I think it's just a bad look.
I do think and by the way, that was his first major deal, right? The Buchnevich trade.
Yeah, that was his first major trade.
Yeah, they needed to get tougher. They did, but I also think at that time, I've said it before, they needed to focus on developing Lafreniere and Kakko, and they just haven't done that. So I actually think it would be an overpay to get Buchnevich dealing so much, because then you'd have to figure out what you're doing with him.
Okay. Something may be happening with the Rangers. And this is a David Shapiro tweet from Blue Sea Blogs. He put a screenshot up that Edstrom and Rempe are both back on Hartford's roster to be eligible for the AHL playoffs. So that means that something may be happening there.
All right. And Gigi is saying right here, what do the Islanders need to do? Get a new GM. And, of course, Empire's right there behind him. Alon, one of our faithful viewers, is saying, as an Islander fan, I'm hopeful that a first rounder isn't dealt. You know what? H. Sims is saying that Booch is a soft player. I can see why you're saying that. But I don't know. Is the Rempe show over? Well, let me tell you this. We all love the kid, but as soon as the Rangers acquired anybody, Rempe was off the table.
Yeah.
So he'd be the first one going out. Anthony, this was yours when you walked away. What do the Islanders need to do? Get a new GM? I don't know about that, but we're going to see about that.
I've been saying that for a while, but that's just me.
or at least a different plan. What about Goudreau and a second for Tom Wilson?
Tom Wilson would be great, but again, that's not going to happen. Washington's not going to deal him. They are not going to deal him. That's going to be somebody that they're going to keep around and they're going to build around. So I don't see that, and it would cost more than Goudreau and a second. I mean, if you wanted to include Goudreau in the deal to get that done, if Washington's not on his list, then okay, but it's going to take a first-round pick and a couple of okay prospects at the very least to get that done. Got to remember, Wilson is also at $6.5 million going forward after this season. He signed an extension. So
that's the thing every fan forgets about. They just, the contracts played so much into this, and they would ask for a king's ransom.
His deal goes in this new deal.
900.
What?
994. Mark's 6 viewers away from taking a shot.
6 more viewers.
Oh.
We're gonna have a lot of
995.
Yeah.
Oh, 1002.
1,002.
There you go.
All
right, Mark.
All right. You guys have
Pony it up.
Oh, pony up, buddy. Thank you for making us over 1,000 years. This is the first time we've reached this number. So this is big. Get the shots out, you two.
Yep.
Come on. Shots. Thank you for whoever came on and boosted that number over to 1,002 because that's great.
That was awesome.
1,003. Let's go. Marc and Anthony are gonna have to do shots now because you guys came on.
All right. Well, I got mine poured. It's John Powers Irish whiskey. It is both my favorite Irish whiskey and.
John posted the link in All Things Islanders, so that may be the boost that we need right there.
We should be broadcasting.
Let's go. So just because
I think
John
he's
did
drinking.
that, let's talk some Islanders real quick after you guys do this shot.
I think he's doing he's doing apple juice. We didn't see him pour that. He poured it off. Off camera.
Oh God, Anthony!
This is the bottle of it right here.
We're back
there.
There
you go.
1,000.
All right. Well, this is a shot, but and I got the eyewitness. Oh, sorry, right here. Phil, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just busting your chops.
No,
Yeah.
I know. But guys, thank you very much, everybody. This has already been a great trade deadline, and we still have at least another hour and a half to go.
Yeah.
Come
on, Anthony.
Well, I said I was doing shut off the Islanders made a trade. I didn't say I was doing it.
No, you were a part of that.
Mark.
Don't you back out on that. Don't you back out on that.
Oh, I am backing out. I said that if the Islanders made a trade, I would do a shot.
Oh,
And also, hit the like button, everybody. Make sure we're doing that. If I wasn't working today, who knows?
You sure you know, Mark?
The Foz Truth has spoken. And as Sean has said, Mark, take 2 shots just in case. That was from a flub that I had a few years ago. So Justin McDavid going to the Rangers.
Justin McDavid, yeah. Justin McDavid. Oh God. So yeah, let's talk about the Islanders since John gave us that little Islanders boost there, which we appreciate you, Mr. Solomon, doing that. What's going on in Lamoriello land there, Anth? I know he's real tight-lipped, but is this guy? He is happening right now? Is his head on the pillow? Because I haven't heard anything about him doing anything.
No, I'm getting. I don't know. I'm starting to get the vibe that maybe he's not doing anything. Which I mean, I think is a mistake only because you won 5 in a row. You're 2 points out of a playoff spot. You have games in hand. You're putting pressure on Tampa Bay, Detroit, Philly. Tampa Bay added Duclair. Philly got Eric Johnson. I think the Islanders need to make a move. Now, granted, I'm not trading a first round pick for some of these names that are rental wise that are still out there. But I mean, why couldn't you have gotten the mix for Jason Zucker or Tyler Toffoli? None of them returned first round picks or high picks or prospects. So I think doing. I mean, I maybe he's looking at it in the sense that they finally are playing the right way under Patrick Waugh, and he doesn't think they need.
Oh, geez, where did
I don't know.
Mark go?
Mark went. Yeah, I didn't think they needed an ad, but
I think
yeah, I would be disappointed if he stood pat. But I'm starting to believe that that's what he's doing. But we'll see. But I do think that they could have used another score and maybe another depth D. But especially after having Mayfield on LTIR, they had some cap space to work with, especially if they got salary retention, whoever they acquired. So I guess we'll see what happens here in the next 45 minutes. But my gut right now says he's not making a move, and he's just gonna ride the wave that they're on right now with what they got.
here's the problem I have with this. This team is finally starting to come together, as we talked about. They had those 4 pretty impressive wins. That nice stretch. You want to call it a heater? We could call it a heater.
Yep.
What type of message does this send if you don't go out and make a move when this team is finally starting to buy in to Patrick Waugh's system? To me, that doesn't send a good message. That if I'm a player in that locker room, we could use some help, and you're not going to go out and get us help when we've battled back to get close to a playoff spot when we looked like we were dead in the water at one point. I'm pissed if I'm in that locker room.
Yeah, I that's what the sentiment I kind of shared when we first started. Almost like get the sense of like, oh well, it's like he doesn't believe in him by not doing anything. And on the flip side, they'll also say, well, him not doing anything shows the team that he does believe in them, and that he thinks that the group they have right now is good. But I don't know. I go back to that, like you just said, they're starting to finally play the right way. Get him some help. Get him some help to push them over the edge and get into that playoff spot. So, but again, there's still 45 minutes left, so we'll see. But just from years past with the Islanders at trade deadlines, usually when they haven't done anything to this point, every single year they ends up 3:00 comes, they haven't done anything. So just by going on recent history, that's what I'm basing it on. But we'll see what happens.
So Barclay Goodrow has a modified no trade clause. I don't know how much money they save by sending him down because he doesn't have it's a 15-team no trade list. I don't know how much money they save by sending him down. I don't think it's a crazy amount of money, but I don't think he gets sent down or anything like that. Mark had to
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. John saying what's
I was just
a
gonna
realistic
highlight
package. I mean, I think for any team, I think Anaheim wants a first round pick for sure. So that's where it starts. And then from there, they probably want a prospect or two. I mean, look, Jake Guentzel didn't get any high end prospects, so I don't think Frank Vatrano would, but they're still going to want a prospect and maybe another pick to go along with it. That's just my guess. But again, who knows? Maybe Verbeek is asking for the moon, and maybe because he's got term left, he is asking for high end pieces. We won't know. Maybe if he's traded, we'll know. But that's so I don't know. It's tough to say. But like I said, he's the one guy that I would give up the first 4 and really have no issue with it doing so.
Not really news, but rumblings. Your boy DP at the 4th period saying that, as he mentioned a few minutes ago on NHL Network, it sounds like the Red Wings have been searching for a veteran forward to add to their roster. We'll see if they can pull it off over the next 43 minutes, but they're looking.
Yeah, well, that's what we said. Yzerman's been relatively quiet. He doesn't really want to steer away from his plan. So if he finds the right deal, I'm sure he'll pull the trigger. But you guys, are you confident at this point that the Rangers are making a move? Or are you starting to have some doubt that maybe Chris Drury's not going to do anything?
I'm still confident because he's done this before where he makes his moves late. especially in the 2:30 hour. So we're going to see about that. By the way, guys, I was right. Dennis Gurianov's OT winner was against Dallas that sent them to the Stanley Cup final back when they were in the bubble. They beat Vegas. Oh, no, that's when he beat Vegas.
Yeah, I don't.
No, that's right. Gurianov sends the Stars to the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
Right? All right.
I think that they have to make a move. If they don't make a move, then this deadline's a colossal failure. I really, and if the big move is Max Pacioretty, then I don't know what they're doing. Like, listen, I get that, you can't go make the big sexy move all the time. I get it. I understand. And, people will look back at, and I've seen Neil Smith actually ask this question before, because Neil, he brought it up on a Forever Blue Shirts stream when he was on there doing an interview. He said that he went through all the deadlines in like the last 30 or so years, and there's been no big deadline move, like big deadline move that has won a team a Stanley Cup.
Yeah. If you go back 2 years, would you say Claude Giroux was the biggest move?
One of them.
When Florida,
I don't know if the biggest, but one of them.
Yeah, that hasn't won it. And you look at last year, Kane, Tarasenko, and who? Well, I'm not going to count Mikkola and Mott as the big deadline moves, but they didn't do that with the Rangers. I just don't think you could.
No, Christy, it was not, because McGillney was a guy that was a very low sell move, and Carter to the Kings wasn't a deadline move. That was a mid-season move
For Jack Johnson.
Yeah, that was a mid-season move for Carter. That wasn't a specific deadline move. So Carter in 2012, he played 39 games in Columbus and then got dealt. So let's see where.
Would you have qualified Marty St. Louis as that big move?
Yes, absolutely. He was probably, that was a huge move because he was a scoring leader in the NHL at the time when he was moved in 2014. He was dealt on February 23rd, 2012 for Marco Dano and Jack John, or it ended up being Marco Dano. McGillney scored 40 goals for the Devils the year afterward. Afterwards. It was not the same year. He was a very, very low sell move at that deadline. Look at the year that he had in 99-2000. You could arguably say that the bigger move for them was Claude Lemieux, bringing back Claude Lemieux that season.
In 99-2000, when they got him, 3 goals, 3 assists, 6 points. With Vancouver in that year, 21 goals in 47 games, 38 points. So that was sort of a buy low deal. And he only played 59 games the year before and 59 the year before that. He was not playing a lot of games.
No, he was not the same Alexander McGillney from even 1996 at that point.
We still got over 1,000 of you right now.
Yeah.
Watching. Guys, tweet it.
Tweet
and comment your favorite trade deadline moves. Anthony.
Just looking at some of these teams here, I still think Boston did not do enough. I mean, a little more than a half hour to go, but Pat Maroon and Andrew Peeke, I don't think is enough if they want to go the distance. I think they need to do something. And then LA's done nothing. They're another playoff team, so I'm really in the last 35, 40 minutes. I'm looking at Boston and LA and seeing what they could pull off.
I definitely don't think that Boston's done enough, but the caveat there is what move could they have made to address their real position? Like, could they have been in on Kuznetsov? Would that be a guy that they wanted to bring in? Would Kuznetsov want to go to Boston? I mean, I don't know. I get this vibe that Kuznetsov wanted to go to one or two places, Florida or Carolina. I think he wanted to play somewhere warm. I think it's Capo Kakinen to MVP. Where is that?
We're gonna find that one out soon.
Because I'm on the Trade Center stream and it was still in commercial. So,
Phil, do you remember this trade deadline when the Rangers got Ryan Clough, Derek Dorsett, and Derek Brassard all at this, and John Moore all at the trade deadline? Clough came out. I think he had a 2-goal game against Pittsburgh, and I think Brassard scored. That was a trade deadline to remember. Anthony, would you say the biggest move the Islanders made, though, at the trade deadline in recent? I don't want to use the words recent memory, but I'll go all the way back to when they got Ryan Smith. That was a huge move at the time.
Yeah, that was a huge move. That happened, and that happened right at the buzzer too. That was a move that came in late. No one expected it. No one really thought Ryan Smith was moving. They thought that he was that he was gonna stay there. So that was certainly a surprise move. And again, the way I look at the Islanders right now is that they got themselves back into contention. 5 wins in a row. They have games in hand. You could even like I said when we first got on, if you go by points percentage, they're actually in a wild card spot right now. So they're kind of in the driver's seat, but I still think they should have done something to bolster the lineup. Because like I said, now with Nelson on the top line, the scoring, I mean, Palmieri's been hot, but the scoring throughout the rest of the lineup, I think they could have used somebody else. And, he hasn't been able to do that. So we'll see what happens in the next, like I said, 35, 40 minutes. But right now, the Islanders are in the same boat as the Rangers. You would think that they would need to make a move, and they haven't yet.
Yeah, because as well as they've been playing, and by the way, as well, you're talking about them lowering down their goal differential, which hovered around -21. They're now down to a -14. And if they're even by the time, if they get into playoff positioning and they're even by the time the playoffs start, that's a team that make you say, uh-oh, watch out for them. Because then they're playing a lot better than they were.
Yeah.
How the Philadelphia Flyers are still hanging on to 3. Wow.
And the other thing is they have a favorable schedule coming up. They got Anaheim, and then they got LA. That's obviously a harder game. But then they have Buffalo and Ottawa. 2 teams that have been selling and that they should win. So they have a really great opportunity here to get themselves into a spot. And I just think bolstering the lineup would. And I'm not saying the mortgage is the future. It would be different if you're in first place, but I think in the spot they're in, they could or should have made a move. So. But we'll see. But I'll say this: the Rangers not making a move, I think, would be even worse. Just because right now, I think the Rangers have Stanley Cup aspirations, and as of right now, after the moves Florida and Carolina made, they need to make a move to kind of keep pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't understand if they don't make a move. This is again colossal failure because you had. And you don't even have to make a massive move, but it's just that you have a right wing one hole and you're not going to do anything to address it to try to get and again, I've been saying for a long time that it's on Zibanejad, on Kreider to get themselves going. And it is, but if that's a problem and you think that they need help, you go and get that help. You go and do what you can to help them out. And to me, if I'm those two, I'm looking at it and saying, hey, you know what? We've had Blake Wheeler here, which is okay. Capo Caco has not done the job. Capo Caco is not a top-line winger right now. He's just not. I don't care.
Everyone's on with the New York Rangers. I can say that.
They're going to tell me, great expected goals for. Expected doesn't mean anything if they're not going in the net. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. So if you're not going to upgrade over Capo Caco and Blake Wheeler, what message is that sending to Mika Zibanejad and Chris Kreider?
Anthony, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was going to say with a half hour, just about a half hour left for both teams. What do you think is going to happen, and what do you want to or should happen for both teams?
I think a message was sent the other night with Peter Laviolette that he wants to make sure he has a matchup line in the playoffs. And he had it with Gaudreau, Kako, and Will Cooley. I think Nick Dowd's in play. I think he's a guy that he coached just recently. He used him in that fashion. I know he's on IR, but I think that's a guy that they might be looking at. It's going to be hard to get rid of Barclay Goodrow right now. So every Ranger fan that thinks, they're going to get rid of Goodrow. Kreider's a good power forward, but by the way, and Filk, I'm not going to defend Kreider as much. You need to do more on 5-on-5 if you're not helping out. I know his play is all away from the puck, but he's not the guy that he takes the puck, goes and so he's always away from the puck.
You need him to be a guy that forechecks hard, wins board battles, and keeps the cycle going down low. And Jay Chetz is right about this. Kreider and Zibanejad, they could skate around right now with a carton of eggs and not break one.
Yeah, exactly. And right now,
so Marc,
Zibanejad.
You didn't answer the question. So for the Rangers, what do you think is going to happen the next half hour? You think they're going to acquire Jim Dowd? Is that what you're saying? That's what you think is going to happen?
You just did a mark right there. Nick Dowd, not Jim Dowd.
Nick Dowd. Yes, I said Jim. Our friend of the show. Friend of the show, Jim Dowd.
Yes, our buddy Jim Dowd. But something, Ant. I think
politics here.
Yeah, well, we got to make ourselves sound a little bit better sometimes. I do.
What do you think the Rangers are going to do in the next half hour, or what's actually going to happen? What you want and what's actually going to happen?
I don't think the Rangers are going to make any move that's going to make a Ranger fan say we're going for the cup right now. I don't think there's a single move that's going to impress them until they see that team on the ice. I think they're going to fill some holes. There's going to be, I'll say, 2 players the Rangers acquire in the next half hour. Because Drew's done it every trade deadline. Filk. And you know what? I think the Islanders get at least one.
You failed miserably at the game. All right, I'll
you go.
For the Islanders, what I think is going to happen? Nothing. What I want to happen is see them acquire a goal scorer like Frank Vatrano.
Okay.
For the Rangers, what I think is going to happen, I think they are going to acquire Max Pacioretty. I think he has no movement clause. I think he wants to go close to home. I think he would definitely waive it to go for the Rangers. So that's what I think is going to happen, that they acquire Frank Vatrano. What I would want to see if I was a Ranger fan, I would say you get Barabanov on the cheap because he's still out there, and then you get Riley Smith.
Phil, what are you thinking?
What I want is one of Vatrano or Riley Smith, and then I would probably take Barabanov as well. What I think is going to happen, it's probably going to end up being maybe Pacioretty and Barabanov.
All right.
Kevin Weeks just tweeted the eye emoji. The eye emoji with at Golden Knights with a clock. So I mean that team, man. That team. If they I don't know. That team's
Sarah Valley is saying that it's a 2027 third round pick in addition to Jacob Zboril for Andrew Peak.
Like this is this is going to be it's going to be an interesting next 30 minutes. Well, now down to 27.
I'm with John Radigan on this. Verbeek might be overplaying his hand. If Vatrano regresses, and you got to remember, Vatrano is, I think his shooting percentage is over 15% right now, which is a career high for him. And it has a lot to do with his hot start. Earlier on in the season, it's a 15.2%, which is a career high over a full season. He shot at 16.7 with Florida when he got acquired from them by Boston in 2017-18. So Vatrano's previous high in a full season before that was an 11.5 in 2018-19 with Florida, which was his first 20-goal season. So this is a guy that's shooting at an unsustainable shooting percentage, and that's going to regress. That's going to regress, especially for a guy that doesn't shoot nearly that high. So if Vatrano regresses any bit, Verbeek is going to be lowering that return next year because he's going to be an unrestricted free agent. And I don't think that Anaheim is going to want to pay big money for a guy that is going to be 30 in 6 days, and he'll be 31 by the time that next trade deadline comes around. Verbeek's got to be careful here too.
I agree with that. I agree with you 100% on that, because if they, let's say he said, you go, he doesn't have to trade him right now. He's got another year in his deal. Say he trades him at the draft. Oh, he's coming off a 30-goal season. That number's 0 at that moment, not 30. He's got 0 goals going into next season. And then you got to hope you get that same production. Phil, you're right. He regresses. They're going to look over and go, what, you didn't get anything?
If you give up a first-round pick for Max Pacioretty, Drury needs to fire him.
If you give up a second-round pick for Max Pacioretty, you got to fire him.
Yeah.
They don't have a second and third this year, so I would say fourth. I would say fourth-round pick. A fourth-round pick for Pacioretty is probably is on par.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I do not miss Verbeek. I do not miss that CBS line in Hartford, because that line used to kill the Rangers. They were fun to watch otherwise, but they used to kill the Rangers.
And I just had to double check this real quick. Only a one-time Cup winner. I thought he was on the Red Wings when they won the Cup the second time. But
what, did Verbeek?
Who? Verbeek.
No, Verbeek. He wasn't on the 2002 team.
Yeah, he was with them in
2001.
2001.
Yeah, and then he retired after that 2001 season
with Dallas.
Yeah, and then the Red Wings went and made the moves for Hasek, Robitaille, Hall, and they just had that stacked team.
Tyson Barrie must be going nuts. He's like, I asked for a trade. Where the hell am I going?
And he asked for it a while ago too.
Like, there's a lot of names that need to be moved, and just interested to see what they're going to do with that.
We're under 25 minutes right now. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Elliot Friedman, Matt Dumba to Tampa Bay is picking up steam.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're going to be watching on that.
Yep. That's their move.
We got 1,000 of you guys watching. Thanks very much for joining us today, and join our weekly show where we recap everything during the week.
Yes.
Every Wednesday. Anthony?
They needed a defenseman. But I mean, as Filk's out high in Matt Dumba, so do you think Matt Dumba really does anything for him?
He could, but I think it's another one of those buy low candidates. Tampa Bay doesn't have a lot of chips to throw in there, but you can get them on the cheap, and then everything's looking hunky dory.
Here's the question actually, Tampa Bay has a ton of space because Sergachev's on IR, so they have a ton of space there. Actually, it's Sergachev. Now, not really going to count Brent Seabrook. Logan Brown is another one who's also on LTIR. So, yeah, LeBron is reposting a tweet from Jordan Schmaltz, who's saying, hearing Matt Dumba's been traded to Tampa Bay.
Dumba. Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, Sergachev, I don't think is coming back for the playoffs. So their defense right now, without Dumba, is Hedman, Chernak, Herbix, Lilleberg, Max Crozier, Calvin DeHaan, Darren Radish, and Hayden Fleury. That's their 8 on the roster. So, yeah, Dumba might be an upgrade over some of those guys, but I don't think he's an upgrade over Chernak. I don't think he's an upgrade over Perbix. DeHaan is debatable because DeHaan's actually all right defensively. What do you think? I mean, it depends on what you think of Hayden Fleury and Darren Radish, really. But I don't know how much he does for that team. I'd imagine that it's probably a very cheap return because of the high cap hit and the fact that Arizona's probably not going to retain on that. Tampa's going to take all that contract.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, boys, just updating this.
He's comment about Michael Carcone.
Yeah, I don't know why Arizona would move him. I mean,
why would they do that?
But yeah, I don't
see
that
it
occurring.
I don't see it either.
Well, simply put, you're going to inquire about these other guys, not just all the rest of them. So you might get something like as far as a conversation, but it doesn't mean they're moving them.
Yeah, no, I
he's got 18.
Go ahead.
He's got 18 goals. He's got 18 goals, and that's pretty good. And he doesn't make a lot of money. He's under contract. Yeah, I don't see why the Coyotes would move him.
Yeah, he's also kind of small. He's also shooting at 21.7%. I'm not buying him.
Yeah, it's high.
How about this one, Anthony?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do. I think he is. I think they'll probably extend him before the end of next season.
I don't think Kaliev is going. I think Kaliev is an off-season move because he's still under contract. He's team controlled. I don't think he's going anywhere right now. I really don't think he's the type of player you bring in to help in the playoffs right now. So not a ton of playoff experience. Yeah, and I get that, Chris T, but I'm not buying on that. I'm really not. Yeah, sure, he has 17 more goals than Gaudreau. Who doesn't?
Well, I got one less goal than Gaudreau.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if that's really what you're bringing him in for, then I just don't see it. So,
just to say this for the record, Gerard Gallant would still put him on the first line.
I mean, he plays both left and right wing, but I don't know. I'm not buying somebody that's shooting at 21.7%.
Yeah,
that's unsustainable.
Yeah, 19 minutes before the official end of the deadline.
Yep. Where do you think Barabanov ends up?
That's a great question.
I think he might end up being the Rangers acquisition.
I think he has to be.
I could see him end up with the Leafs.
I don't know.
Well, the Leafs had to make that move. I mean, you can kind of feel the wind being drained out of us right now.
Yeah.
Because of it's just it seemed like everything was going to be going right here. And well, there's if they're playing a game of chicken, guys, this is the worst game of chicken. They're going to end up running those two cars into each other.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive car crash, and it's not going to be good. You got to remember, just because it's 3 p.m. doesn't mean that trades can't get announced afterwards.
Correct.
So,
I'm a big fan of Barabanov in his game, but I don't know if the Islanders, because he's another one of those like third line guys. Like the Islanders don't really need any more of those type of players.
No.
So I mean, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't be mad about it, but I don't see it as a fit. I think Barabanov actually would probably be a good fit for a team like Boston. They always play that style of game, although I think they really need a score. But I lean with Toronto. I stick with Toronto for Barabanov.
Where does he fit with Toronto though? That's really my question at that point is where, like, I think if anything they need defense. I don't know where. All right, so like their lines right now are Nyes, Matthews, Marner, Bertuzzi, Domi, Nylander. I mean, can he replace Bobby McMahon? I guess, or move Ryan Reeves out of the lineup. I don't know. Maybe one of those two. So your LeBron is saying Dumba.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ed.
So I was just gonna no, I was just basically going to read the same thing. It's just Dumba in the 7th for 5th in 2027. No salary retention.
I don't believe this, and if that's the case, then that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
Then, first off, if that statement is true, let's go with that statement being true, that Drury ends up being on the hot seat when his owner ties his hands, what GM is going to want to work there? That's what, if that is true, that would be my concern right away. What's the best case scenario for the New York Rangers? I don't, you know what?
I mean, the best case scenario would be Frank Vatrano, but again, at this point, I think he's staying put. So, best case scenario. What?
Saravalli wrote in a column today that Anaheim really doesn't want to move him. So this is not good. This is not good.
Anthony,
Riley's actually been a revelation. What? Yeah, he means Mike Riley.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been a little bit of a revelation since getting claimed. He's brought speed to the Islanders' back end and moving the puck. I wouldn't be upset if the Islanders re-signed him for another year. I don't know if Lou's going to give the guy a 3-year deal, but I think he certainly earned another look going forward.
I mean, but Mike Riley's kind of been a guy that's moved around a lot. And forgive me for thinking it like this, but only in metaphor that I had in my head. But he's kind of been like the defensive version of Frank Vatrano. Like, guys like him. He's good for a team, but he's quickly moved somewhere else. Like, he's been with Minnesota, Montreal, Ottawa, Boston, Florida, the Islanders. Like, he's going to end up, if the Islanders extend him, they're going to move him again. This is what happens.
Chris Johnson.
Minor. Yeah. We're both doing the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Minor trade with the Penguins.
Ludovic, Weber, and conditional 2025 7th from Florida for Magnus Hellberg. So what that tells me is that may end up dealing Alex and Delkovich.
Tommy, let me answer this question. Why isn't Zibanejad and Kreider getting more heat for the poor 5-on-5 play? I think it's because their power play has basically masked their numbers while they're bad 5-on-5. And I know he's saying heat. Filk has been on it. I wrote an article about it. Anthony's been on it. Yeah, we've all been given plenty of heat.
Hi. And the problem is with this fan base is that whenever you criticize Chris Kreider for whatever reason, these people come in droves to defend him, like John Smith against the friggin' or John Snow against the friggin' White Walkers when he has that scene where they're all coming at him. Like I don't understand like how.
Oh, no, that was Ramsey Bolton's army.
Oh, that's right. That was Battle of the Bastards. Yes.
That's the Battle of the Bastards.
Sorry.
Yeah. Because the White Walker battle wasn't that great.
No, the White Walker battle was terrible. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen in TV history.
Well, because they still haven't yet to explain why the king wasn't burned by the dragon, where the rest of them were. But keep going, Filk.
I've been all over them for God knows how long. Oh, Sarah Valley just put to sleep the Max Pacioretty rumor. He said, sources say all Capitals Max Pacioretty is staying in Washington. So there goes that one. So it's
there's your James Van Reems, Mike.
Wow, Chris Drury. Wow. Fail, Chris Drury. Fail.
All right, Scott. But by the way, this is my buddy Scott. He said that this is going to be as bad as the Ryan Claude day. The Rangers got Ryan Claude, Derek Brassard, Derek Dorsett, and John Moore all on the same day. It's not the same thing.
I'm surprised that Max Pacioretty isn't decided he wasn't going to waive to go anywhere. I mean, the Capitals aren't going to make the playoffs. I am surprised he didn't want out, unless maybe he did and just there wasn't much interest. That could have been it too.
Or I also think it could be a family thing, because I remember when he was with Carolina, a friend of mine, a friend of a friend, I should say, who lives down in Carolina, said that his kids were playing hockey with Pacioretty's kids. So I think Pacioretty may still live in that area. Like they still may have a house in that area. So that maybe that's part of it. Maybe Pacioretty just does not want to move family at this point. We don't know, but tell you right now, Chris Drury, this is a colossal failure if he did. Oh, Star Valley, breaking news. Rangers are acquiring Jack Roslovic for a mid-round pick in 2026.
Okay. There you go. It's funny just as you say that.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of this move.
Is he a wing? Is he a center? What is the move?
Right? He's a center than anything. I don't understand what they're doing here. He plays center. I mean, he's a good player. He has 23 points in 40 games. But is there a follow-up move?
There's got to be a follow-up move behind that.
Does he play wing with Zibanejad and Kreider now?
Well, here's the thing.
What's really the move here?
Is Wenberg a guy they're going to slide to the wing?
No, Wenberg's going to be third line center.
Okay,
he's going to be third line center, and that's not. I mean, I get it. Rick might be right about this. Dolan is not helping Drury. Yeah, I don't know.
It could be my opinion that I've said all along. I don't look at the guys that are there and say there's a first round draft pick that I would throw out there for a guy. This isn't Andrew Kopp. There are guys there are and by the way, Andrew Kopp wasn't.
Leo might be right about this. Rangers may be keeping Kaapo Kakko as the number one right wing, and then they may just be going in house and saying, hey, but I would imagine that may be the line of thought. There is Roslovic may be the guy that they throw in on the third line to replace Kakko, who moves up the line one, and now you have both Wenberg and Roslovic on that third line with Will Cooley, and whatever they feel is the better center ends up playing that, or maybe Roslovic is the fourth line center for all we know.
You skipped over this. This is interesting because who had term? Pavel Buchnevich had term. Frank Vatrano has term. Kevin Weeks had the emoji eyes with Vegas. So I'm telling you, if that team pulls out a big move, my God.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just, you know what? I just kind of look at the move and think, I think the move's got possibilities. The problem I'm having right now is they have tried Taco on the top line. I don't care if you want to say how well he's played. The numbers haven't been there. You have Will Cooley. They've tried him on the top line. Didn't really work out. I think that's why you have to try either Roslovic or Waiver on the top line. See what goes on with that. And, I joked about it last year, guys. The Rangers had a 5-week preseason at the end of the year, and it looked like it worked for them. And then clearly they didn't. So they're going to have to figure out how to do this while trying to win a division title. They are the division title leaders.
I wonder what the pick is, because the Rangers don't have a second. They don't have a second and third this year. So I wonder if they gave him a fourth.
If they gave him a fourth, then that's a nice.
That's a nice little deal for. Yeah, but it's still I just don't feel comfortable. And Roslovic is a huge upgrade over Gaudreau, Brodzinski. I mean, you could put Wenberg as fourth line center. You could put. I'd imagine maybe that's the move, but I don't know.
Well, there's still.
Sorry, Frank Cervelli saying Oilers are done. Their shopping is complete.
We still got 6 minutes to go, and the Islanders still haven't made a move yet, guys.
I told you. I said a while ago. I thought that I started to feel like around that 1 o'clock hour that the Islanders weren't doing anything, and that's what I think happened. We'll find out, but we'll see. Like I said, we'll see what comes in after the buzzer. Like there's Barabanov, there's other guys out there. That they're gonna get. They're probably got traded. It's just a matter of where to.
Here's an interesting stat right now. Roslovic has 13 of his 20 points. I think I said he has 13 of them in his last 12 games. 23 points. Sorry, 13 of them in his last 12 games. It's actually really good.
And I'm going on to check his 5-on-5 points. And
Roslovic really isn't a power play guy. I'll tell you that right now.
So I think
Roslovic has 3 power play assists and 0 power play goals.
So Aaron Portsline saying it's a 4th round pick that becomes a 3rd if the Rangers reach the Stanley Cup final.
Okay.
It would have to become a 3rd next year, right?
Deal. It's not a terrible deal.
What?
13 points in his last 12 games, you said, Filk. 3 even strength goals, 8 even strength assists. So, yes.
And then a shorthanded, I guess, shorthanded goal then. Yeah, in that time frame.
And he's also got a game winner. So you might be looking at a guy that's going to go right to that top line, I think, maybe.
I don't think so. I think that's a depth addition. I think they're going to put Kakko with Zibanejad and Kreider and hope that Capo Kakko really brings it come playoff time. And like I said, if Capo Kakko...
Oh, shit. Thomas Hertl to Vegas.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on. You gotta be kidding.
Are you kidding me?
Are
you kidding me? What?
This is stupid. This is so dumb. How did
Anthony, you're not messing with us?
No, he's not. It's real.
No.
It's LeBron. Here's a Bob McKenzie with a whammy. Pending trade call. Vegas acquiring some. Yeah. Vegas just won the deadline. They just won the deadline.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh my
God.
Look, we talked about this last week. You got to watch out for Vegas because of all their draft picks and stuff. But wait. So
draft picks and then their cap space from getting everybody on LTIR. Like,
hold on, but Thomas Hertl makes what?
All right,
like $7 million or $8 million or something against the cap.
I'm going to San Jose to double check his contract, which is now not there. Because he's on injured reserve right now. He's on injured reserve.
He's on injured reserve. It's 8.1375
for 6 more years.
You gotta be kidding me.
Like, what did they get in return? They had to get everything.
Winnipeg gets Colin Miller from the Devils.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
If Jim Dolan somehow wanted to have a first-round pick at the Spear and didn't want to give up his first-round pick for that reason, I think he needs to be punched in the face.
Could you imagine if Vegas got Barabanov and Hertl?
That's amazing. If Vegas got him too.
Stupid.
Like
this rule, I think the rule does need to be changed. I think teams need to start to be cap compliant for playoffs. This is getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. You know what? I get it. Hate the player, or hate the game, not the player. But at the same time, it just when does something give? That's my question. When does something?
This is all official. We got this. This is confirmed.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's 3 minutes confirming it. Yes.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Yeah,
it's everywhere, dude.
What?
We're not making.
I know.
I
just didn't want to mess it up, guys.
The Sharks had to have got Brandon Brisson in the deal, right?
If they didn't get Brisson and a first-round pick and then some, I don't know what's going on.
And then some. You're talking about a guy like Tomas Hertl who's signed till 2030.
Ding, ding, ding. 3:00.
Trade deadline counter on ESPN still says 20 seconds.
All right, let's see what's left, because after all, Rickard Rakell cleared after 3:00, and there's always those guys.
What in the world? Tomas Hertl. How much cap space does the Vegas let's go to cap friendly? Right now they have 5.5 million of cap space available. You know San Jose is not retaining on a guy that has 6 years left. So Vegas must be putting Alec Martinez on LTIR or something.
Yep, no, that's going to happen. Alec Martinez is going to go on LTIR, and
he's done for the season. And then when the playoffs start, look, I do think that this is a dangerous game you play, but man, I mean, they got to change this rule eventually. Like this now, this is. But then again, you get moments like this. Who'd have thought 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Sounds like Pagnotta saying, sounds like first rounders going back to San Jose for the Hertl deal.
Well, I would imagine, yeah.
Multiple firsts.
Gotta be multiple firsts.
All right,
Joe, I'd be inclined to agree with you that the league is fixed.
So now you're talking Vegas has Hertl, Hanifin, and Manta. They just added. And they're gonna get Mark Stone. They're gonna get Mark Stone back come the playoffs.
And possibly Alec Martinez.
Possibly, definitely. They're going to get Martinez back. And they're going to be full. They're going to be full steam in the playoffs, and it's ridiculous.
All right, David Wood asked this one: Is Stone? Sorry, I clicked the wrong one.
I think Eichel's back already.
Is Stone legitimately injured? I mean, geez.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
I can't believe San Jose traded him. They're ripping it down to the studs, huh?
They want Celebrini.
But that doesn't help him. And then, by the way, and JE is saying this. I think we got to find this out in the next couple minutes. Barabanov's got to get moved. He had to have been moved. Like, you're talking about a guy that he's – because I told you, San Jose Him and LeBanc, both of them. They're Barabano 2.5 million. Mike Hoffman, who could have helped team for power play usage. LeBanc. I mean, this.
I mean, I'm not as down on the Rangers as Scott and some of the others are, but I'm not happy with this deadline. I'll tell you that. I'm not happy about this deadline. I can't believe Chris Drury overplayed his hand the way that he did and didn't want to give up for Guentzel, and then didn't want to go and this is just ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous.
I heard the ESPN jingle. Did they report a trade or was that?
Yeah, it's the Tomas Hertl one right now.
It's still Tomas Hertl. I mean, I can't wait to do a reaction video on that one, guys, because Anthony said it and my jaw literally dropped. Like I'm still stunned by this. Feels like socks on Christmas morning. Yeah, Mikey.
Yeah.
It does. It does.
That might be the most accurate post I've seen in terms of analogies to describe how I'm feeling about this. The Isle stand pat, just as Anthony predicted. Not surprised there.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that Lou didn't find somebody to bring in just for depth.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Mark. I'm surprised that they didn't make a small move here or there to kind of just give themselves, some depth and, just in case something happens. Like,
yeah.
I get it if you're happy with this team. Like, I understand it. Their last 4 games have been really good. It's some of the best hockey they've played all year in terms of their all-around play. Like when they were getting points earlier on, they were sometimes winning those games, and those games were not like they weren't winning games convincingly at that time. When they made that little run earlier on in the season with Lambert, they were winning those games convincingly. They won those 4 games pretty convincingly outside of the Dallas game, where that was a back and forth game where I thought they played really hard and they played a very disciplined game to stay with Dallas. So for me, like, I get it if you think that your team is good enough, but why not reinforce it just a little bit? And you know what? If Iskakov comes up and they want to say that he's the guy that they're going to bring up to give them a shot in the arm offensively, okay, I'm cool with that. I've been calling for that for 2 months now. For 2 months now, I've been saying that this guy should be on this roster already and playing because he could give them some much needed, secondary offense. But you know what? I'm surprised they didn't make some sort of depth move just to say, hey, you know what? We get an injury, we have someone that can step in.
Yeah.
Well, I also have to say this. When people want to keep on criticizing this right now, I mean, like we use the metaphor like getting socks for Christmas. What happens when they're really comfortable socks and you wear them every single day and then they really have good value? I know everybody's down about it right now, but they needed a third line center. They needed somebody for the top wing. And also the entire time, I didn't feel like they needed to give up the farm to get Jake Guentzel, because the first thing you have to say is they got the number 6 power play, which was the number 1 in the league at one point. Somebody has to come off that top line. And there were too many pieces last year that screwed this team up. They got so many pieces, including Patrick Kane, that then they had to completely rework their power plays, which they don't use. Look, I'm trying to go a little bit glass half full right here, but as much as everybody, and by the way, comfortable socks. I know I made a bad metaphor, but I'm making lemon out of lemonade with this, and
lemonade out of lemons, you mean?
That's what. Yeah, I think I might be going the other direction right now. I mean, you don't know what Carolina's going to be. You got to introduce probably the biggest matzo ball into any soup with Kuznetsov. You got to throw him in there. Is that going to upset the apple cart? Is that going to knock them out? Because that very well could.
So keep in mind with Hertl. Hertl's Hertl's injured. He's going to be back for the playoffs, but right now Hertl isn't he's not playing for Vegas next game. He's still hurt.
No, he's all these guys are going to come back in the playoffs. They're all going to be there in the playoffs, and they're just going to have the most stacked roster we've seen in quite some time.
But is that going to be enough? Because that West is a minefield.
They won last year with a lesser roster, and there was major questions about their goaltending, and Aiden Hill answered all of those. And now you're going to add Mantha, you're going to add Hannafin, you're going to add Tomas Hertl. They just added 2 top 6 forwards and a top 2-3 defensemen. I don't know how you beat that team. I don't. Where is their weakness? Where's their weakness? Find me one, please. I dare somebody to find me
one. Anthony, your thoughts right now?
The only weakness I could think of is if if Aiden Hill turned back into the Aiden Hill he was before he went to Vegas, I guess you could say goaltending. But
he doesn't even have to be that great behind that team. That's the problem. And he wasn't in the playoffs either. He was good when he was asked to be, but that's all he really has to do. And Scott, the Rangers couldn't pull off that deal because they didn't have the cap to take Zucker with no salary retention.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And I get it. The Rangers defense is not good. I do agree with that. They needed something more than Ruhwedel. But I mean, at what point do we start to look at this team and say, you know what? The issues are not exactly depth additions. It's core guys that need to be a hell of a lot better. Like Miller and Trouba. If that pairing does not play way better, they're going nowhere.
Yeah.
If Zibanejad and Kreider don't figure it out on 5-on-5, I mean, essentially what Chris Drury said to them is, this is on you guys, figure it out.
And I'll tell you this. We know Chris Kreider is going to show up for the playoffs because he does every single year. Mika Zibanejad, we also know he's going to start slowly. So you might not see as much right there. And by the way, Jay is saying embarrassing deadline for Fitz in New Jersey. Kind of agreeing with that.
Oh, geez. Okay. The details for the return for Hertl came out. So it's a first in 2025. David Edstrom, who was a first-round pick last year, their most recent first-round pick. Hertl at 6.75, which is 17% retained, a third in 2025, and a third in 2027. That's not a great return.
That's a terrible return.
I thought there was going to be more on top of that.
That's what Tomas Hertl.
Chris T is saying Connor Dewar is being traded from Minnesota.
All right, we still got some deals that are trickling in right now.
Yeah, this is another one. Panarin has not been great in the playoffs for this team. He's got to be better. He's got to be a hell of a lot better than that.
Hold on.
I can't believe
it's San Jose retained salary on a guy that's got 6 years left.
That's what I was literally just going to say. I can't believe that.
And 17%.
Chris T is saying, hold on. What are you seeing, Chris? What are you seeing? Oh, no, he's talking about that. Yeah. 6 years. Well, that's what it is. If they were retaining salary, it's 6 years. I can't believe Vegas didn't make this move in the San Jose didn't make this move in the offseason to a different team, and they retained. This is just dumb. I'm sorry. Unless there's more details to come out about Hertl, this is just a bad move. What is this? Everybody help Vegas? Is this what we're doing because we want to make sure that Vegas is somehow a team that continues to win cups so we can promote more expansion? Is that what the idea of what we're going for is? Because these deals that they're getting are just absolutely insanely ridiculous. I don't understand it. They get all this crap. They get all this stuff. all these guys, all these good players for minimal returns, and then the Rangers get asked for the sun and the moon for Jake Guentzel? Like, come on. This is ridiculous.
How they the fact that they got Hertl without having to give up, I mean, the first is next year, 2025. Well, yeah. But they have, you know what the worst part about it is Vegas has their first round pick this year. They have their first round pick this year, and they got to keep it and gave them a 2025 first. I don't understand that. Like, why wouldn't Mike Greer at the very least want a first this year?
I'm starting to question Mike Greer.
I'm really starting to question Mike Greer too.
I mean, Riley Smith could have been moved. Scott Lawton could have been moved. Barabano. I mean, that's just not Mike Smith. Obviously, Barabano falls under his purview. No Kevin LeBanc being moved.
I don't know if anybody really wanted LeBanc though.
Oh, good player. You can get him on the cheap. Throw him on the wing.
Frank Cervelli saying that fascinating day for the Bruins, that they had a deal on the table to move Linus Ullmark to the Kings that didn't end up crossing the finish line.
That would have been big for the Kings. That would have been really big for them. Vince Mercogliano saying, have to assume there's salary retention involved with Roslovic. If Columbus cut 50% and the Rangers send down either Edstrom or Rempe, they can hit the full 23-man roster with Jones and Ruhwedel as extra D, and they don't have to put Jones on waivers.
So they basically did all this today to keep Zach Jones, who makes little to no impact in the NHL.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Like, I got yelled at for making that critique about him, but he is. Look at his stats. Look at his play.
Elliot Friedman saying Hertl, by the way, is expected to return in the regular season. At some point, this has got to get looked at. I'm not mad at them for taking advantage of it, but at some point, like it's getting so ridiculous to the point where it's just like clearly they're just circumventing. It's not even like it's blatantly obvious.
Okay, but how do you get through that? How do you?
Something's got to be changed in the CBA. Like Tampa Bay doing it. Tampa Bay had like who is Johnston? Johnston is saying Connor Dewar looks like is going to the Leafs. So that one came in before the deadline, apparently.
It's not so much overrating Hertl. It's also because you've seen what his contributions are. You're talking about a guy of that. Let's replace Tomas Hertl with Elias Pettersson, and this happened. Then you'd be like, oh my God, they just acquired a star center at $7.5 million for peanuts.
So I think the problem here is that Jay Chetz is not really looking at the bigger picture with someone like Hertl. So Hertl, over his last, I would say since 2019, and he had a big 35-goal, 74-point season that year on a good San Jose team. If you look at his numbers, I mean, like in 1920, he had – I'm trying to pull up my calculator, sorry. He had 36 points in 48 games. That's over an 82-game season. That's 61 points. And then he had 43 in 50 games in 2021. That's 70 points that year. He had 64 and 30 goals in 2022. He had 63 in 79 games in last year. And this year, he has 34 in 48 games, which is 58 points. So this is a guy that's a consistent 60-plus point scorer. Yeah. You're adding a very good player to that team, and that's a guy that could put – he's got two seasons in which one he scored 70 points. and then another that he paced over 70 points if there would have been a full season, not for that COVID shortage. So, I mean, that's a guy that can give you a lot of offense, and he's a very good two-way player.
Yeah, he is. He plays both ends of the rink real well. I'm just surprised. Certainly did not see that coming.
Friedman is confirming per Jeff Marek that it's Duer to Toronto. Yeah. I mean, I like Roslovic and I like Wenberg, and I like the fact that they made some moves, but I just you're really putting a lot of faith in Capo Caco. Now he has to turn the corner now. He has to turn the corner, and it has to be now. It has to be now. It has to start now. Like, you wanted your opportunity? Here it is, buddy. Here you go. Show us that you are something more than a middle six forward. Because if you don't do it now, he's probably gone in the offseason as part of a bigger trade.
All right. So, other than the Rangers, who are some losers at the deadline?
LA? Did they?
I mean,
really
LA didn't do anything.
The Islanders
in that division with the Oilers and the and the Knights and Vancouver. I mean, granted, they almost did something real big by getting Linus Ullmark, which would have been awesome. But I think the Kings should have done something. Bill mentioned the Islanders. I think the Bruins. I mean, honestly, Pat Maroon and Andrew Peak. To me, that's not enough to compete with the big boys.
Is it weird for me? Because of that Hertl trade now, and the Hannafin trade, I feel bad for either like whoever wins. If for some reason Vegas gets a wild card, or the Edmonton Oilers. I mean, it's just the Edmonton Oilers are like, look, we had a 16-game winning streak. We're in good position to go win the Stanley Cup. Wait, Vegas acquired all those guys? Oh, we're out in the first round. I mean, or if you're the Dallas Stars, or even if they drop the wild card too, Vegas does, you get the Vancouver Canucks, and then you're looking at two other teams that have bigger aspirations, and they're out in quickly because it looks like Vegas is ready to defend the Stanley Cup right now.
I would say the Rangers are a loser today. I would say that they just did not do enough. Roslovic can play right wing, so that is something to look out for. Whether or not he's put with Zibanejad and Kreider.
I think Roslovic goes with Zibanejad and Kreider. I think they tried everybody else in-house. I think that's what's going to happen right there.
Okay, so Darren Dreger is saying that it's Hertl and 2/3 to Vegas for first and David Edstrom. And is there anything else going back in return for that? Because if you would have told me 2 third-round picks plus Edstrom and the first for Hertl, I'd understand that. But, I mean, I don't know. I have some concerns there. If Mike Greer gave up additional picks with Hertl and didn't get anything more than a first and Edstrom back for Hertl, then Mike Greer for me for the Sharks is going to be a big loser for me at the deadline because he got a meh return for Duclair. Didn't sell Barabanov off when he had a chance to do that and told him that they were going to move him. So that's your James Van Riemsdyk right there.
Oh, my God.
You wanted your Van Riemsdyk. That's the guy. So Mike Greer would be one. The Bruins, like Anthony said, like they did nothing, even though I feel like they were in a bad spot.
I haven't seen anything on I haven't heard anything on Barabanov. I wonder if he was moved or not.
I don't know about that.
I haven't seen anything. I also guess Riley Smith didn't move. He stayed put.
If the Rangers went and got Riley Smith, if they somehow managed to pull that one off before the deadline, then okay, like I could up my grade from like maybe a D+ to about a C+, or maybe even a B- at that point. But I don't like the overall scope of what Drury did today. I think his moves were not good enough, especially after seeing everybody else upgrade the way that they upgraded.
Oh, Riley Smith has an extra year in his deal. So maybe that asking price was just too high.
Yeah, that could be it too.
But Jeff Carter, he was the guy that could have gone.
Yeah, Smith has another year at 5. Yeah, maybe Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we got, and we're still looking to see what else we might have. We still have over 1,000 of you watching.
1,040.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's
Yeah.
still waiting to see what else might be in back in the 90s, we would have said it was in the fax machine, because I think that was how Chris Gratton got traded, right? Where there was a problem with the fax machine. So it's still hard to say, because we'll see what Roslovic and Wenberg bring to the Rangers come tomorrow night versus St. Louis Blues. And right now, if you want a team to get well against, it's the St. Louis Blues. I think they're 3-6-1 in their last 10. And although I know there's going to be like Ranger fans holding on to the glass tomorrow night, Phil, like this. Booch. We could add Booch back. But when you're the buyer, sometimes in this, I think this was a seller's market, and I think a lot of the sellers kind of overestimated what they could get out of it. I mean, but then 5 minutes remaining, Tomas Hertl. It's just,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
all right. We'll go to 4 o'clock, guys. So we'll see what we have here.
911 comes to ABC Thursday, 8/7 Central, and Stream 1.
Thinking about trades that happened, 911 switched networks. So that was another one I was a little bit surprised about.
A plan from HomeServe pays for the cover repair costs for water lines.
It looks like the Islanders stood pat to answer this question right here.
Doesn't need to be a nightmare.
Lou, how are we doing today? With Vegas Hall, it makes sense for Drury. Go all in. Yeah.
70504. Visit homeserve.com.
I don't know. I just feel like you're.
Okay, but by the way, for everybody that's saying the Rangers don't make it out of the first round this year, let's go to the standings right now. Currently, if the Rangers if the playoffs started today, the New York Rangers would get, just making sure, they would get the Detroit Red Wings. You're telling me the Rangers can't beat the Red Wings in 7 games?
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah. The other alternative is the Tampa Bay Lightning. Right now, the Rangers can't beat the Lightning in 7 games. Sorry. And a matter of fact, let's say the Islanders jump in there. Right now, the Rangers can't beat the Islanders in 7 games. I think that would be I think the Islanders would be the toughest series out of all 3, because after all, Patrick Waugh's team. Patrick Waugh hasn't won a playoff series as a coach, right?
No, he lost to Minnesota in his first year, then didn't make the playoffs the next 2 years after that. But he lost on a Game 7 overtime winner from Nino Niederreiter. Yeah. That's insane. something's got to be done about this. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at that. It's something's got to be done.
All right, but Phil,
It's way too much at this point. Like all right. So when Tampa Bay was doing it with Kucherov and Stamkos, like okay, like there was one or two players, but Vegas is adding like an entire almost top six and top. They're adding 2 top 6 forwards, a top 3 defensemen. Like how do you? I just don't get how this continues to go on. I really don't. I really don't. I'm with Facebook.
I mean,
see who this is, but I don't understand Lamoriello putting all these players on LTIR with no plan to buy. And you're right, Christopher Michael. It's not exactly fair, but they didn't want to do anything to change it, and they still haven't done anything to change it. It's kind of ridiculous, to tell you the truth.
Let me just answer this one real quick. D. Ely's got this one. Do the Rangers tank, so to speak, to play the Flyers in the first round? My first answer on that is no.
No.
First off, don't tank to play anybody, especially not in a playoff series.
No.
Secondly, the Flyers style would give the Rangers fits. The Rangers are a very power play reliant team, and the Flyers are a very they're more dangerous shorthanded than they are in their own power play. I'd be concerned about that. They're
Winnipeg and New Jersey coming to a deal.
Winnipeg and New Jersey came to a deal. They still.
Oh, that's an old one. It's Colin Miller to never mind.
I mean, I'd hesitate before ever saying you're going to tank for somebody, because if you're trying to lose, chances are you will.
It's a 4th in 2026 to New Jersey for Colin Miller.
Izzy is saying, I see the Leafs representing the Atlantic in the Eastern Conference Final, pending how they can improve from last season and finally win a playoff series. I don't like their net. I haven't, and I still stay with that. Filk.
Yeah, I don't like their goaltending at all. I honestly, the TSN Trade Center telecast was talking about how, in terms of goaltending, I forget what stat they were going by, but it was 14th out of the 16 teams that are in playoff spots right now. Your goaltending is Joseph Wall and Ilya Samsonov. Like, I'm sorry, I don't buy that one bit, and that's going to be their downfall again.
And here's the other reason. You're talking about going up against eventually one of, if not two, the Bruins and the Panthers. Sorry, I'm putting the Panthers already in the second round. That's how good the Panthers are. Sergei Bobrovsky finally found his Columbus jersey and went, oh, yes, I remember that guy. And now he's just as good as he's been from his Columbus days. He found something in the playoffs last year. This guy is back to being who he was, who the Panthers thought they were signing. So, as far as that goes, I just don't see the Leafs being able to contend. And Ranger fans can complain about the way that Artemi Panarin plays in the playoffs. He has changed it around in the regular season. The Maple Leafs have at least 3 Artemi Panarins on the playoffs, because where does Austin Matthews go? Where does Mitch Marner go? Where does William Nylander go? Like, John Tavares is the only playoff performer, if you want to use that with quotes. But I mean, it's no way the Leafs are making it out of that bracket. Sorry, not sorry.
I don't believe in their guys either. I don't. They're going to take that. They're going to take that to the grave. That's just basically what they're going to do. And I don't get it. I don't get why they continue to go to that well with that team. The biggest thing is goaltending. It's like, my thing has been for a while that you can win with slightly above average goaltending. Vegas has shown us that. Colorado showed us that when they won. Like, there's not a lot of like. And Jordan Binnington was very good for them in 2019, but would you say that Jordan Binnington was playing at an elite level? No, I wouldn't say that. I would say he was well above average, but I wouldn't say he was elite in that run. He wasn't channeling Bill Ranford by any means,
No.
but you're looking at two goaltenders that are mid at best, mid in Woll and Samsonov, and those guys are not the answers to your goaltending woes in the playoffs. And I don't. No retention. Hold on, no retention on Roslovic. Where was this confirmed? Because there was
just saying something about that a minute ago.
that it was.
We had that he was getting some retention just now.
Yeah, I'm not 110% positive on this. All right, so Anthony's quoting, our players and our team determine what would happen on a day like this. There's no question I feel good about who we are, where we are. And certainly at this point, we didn't feel we could have upgraded.
Fire him.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Lou knows more. Lou has forgotten more about hockey than I'll ever know. But no, I'm sorry. Now I know you just made a nice, good, team-friendly statement, and I still would love to interview the guy. But no, that is a pretty tone-deaf comment. But look, the Islanders are starting to find their games and stuff like that. One addition could have helped. Could have really helped them. They're not in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, I don't get that. Frank Saravalli saying the Flames still have a trade in the queue. So
the Flames still have a trade in the queue.
Yeah, so you got to remember when deals come in and they're announced afterwards, they're sitting in a queue to be finalized. So if the deal is submitted to the NHL before the deadline, usually on days like this, there's a queue that builds up with deals that are waiting to be approved by the NHL. And the Flames have one that's in that queue right now. I wonder if there are any others.
Yeah. And that's why we're going to go till 4:00 no matter what, guys. I just going back to this quote though, as much as again, I would trust Lou. Sometimes Lou gets these blinders on.
Ooh, this is an interesting little post. Somebody found Jack Roslovic, or a bunch of Ranger fans found Jack Roslovic's tweet from May 2nd, 2014. And if that date isn't familiar to you guys, that is the date that the Pittsburgh Penguins and the New York Rangers played game 1 of their Eastern Conference semifinal series, which Derek Brassard won in overtime. And Jack Roslovic tweeted afterwards, New York Rangers, baby. And he put 2 B's in there after the first B. So there were 3 B's in total. He spelled baby wrong. But he's happy to be here, apparently, because he apparently was a Ranger fan growing up.
Wow. He was a Ranger fan growing up in Ohio. So how about that one?
He's not from Ohio.
I thought he was from Ohio.
Roslovic? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, my bad. Hold on. Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, no, he is from Columbus. Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, see? I do like it that whenever I'm called on something, if I'm not 100%, I like backpedal for a minute. And then
I didn't know he was from Ohio. Wow. Okay. I thought he was from elsewhere. All right. Well,
Phil, by the way, speaking about that goal, if you remember it, Brassard hit the back bar.
It came out, and then Pouliot put it back in.
Pouliot put it back in.
Yeah, Pouliot put it back in and made for sure, but they went back and they reviewed it, and they awarded it to Brassard.
Brassard.
I will never forget that one, because that was the night that me and Albie and some others we drove down from New York to North Carolina to Concord for Carolina Rebellion that weekend. And we got there and we actually ordered Cracker Barrel to the hotel room we were in. And I threw the game on because I was like, I don't care what you guys doing. The Rangers and the Penguins are on, and we're watching that game because I have to watch this game. And thankfully, NBC Sports was one of the channels available on the hotel TV. So I got to watch that one, and I went nuts after Brassard scored that winner.
I always had it in the back of my head, Phil, that the Rangers never beat the Pittsburgh Penguins in a playoff series. And then they won that game. You're going, hey, maybe this might be the year. All right, going further, what Lou is saying is this is another comment coming in. Lou says it did not make sense to make a, quote, lateral move. He says nothing presented itself that he would judge that would have helped the Islanders significantly. And as much as I agree with what he's saying right there, you have to find a way to improve them. And again, the guy's known more about hockey than I ever will. But
so what I'm gathering from this is that Jason Zucker wouldn't have helped. Frank Vatrano wouldn't have helped. I mean, these wouldn't have been significant improvements to your team.
I got to say, the Frank Vatrano thing, he's not scoring 30 next year.
No, you know what? I don't think Frank Vatrano is going to be this big time scorer going forward. But I don't get how Vegas still has their own 2024 this year. It's ridiculous.
It's sad. They said, wow.
Rangers are 3-2 in playoff series against Penguins in the Crosby era. Yeah, because
but this is fantastic going into that. So sorry about that, Phil. But they lost in 2008. That was the Marian Hossa Game 5 overtime winner. So it wasn't until Game 7 and Henrik Lundqvist made that armpit save that I went, oh my God, the Rangers are going to win this series.
Yeah.
And
they got the first goal in that game. It was Brian Boyle. I think it was the first goal in that game.
Right. The game winner was Brad Richards.
And Brad Richards, yeah.
Who was the Penguin that scored?
Wasn't was that Dupuis?
Jokinen.
Oh, Jussi Jokinen, my God.
Yeah, Mr. Shootout. But I mean, H. Sims is saying this. Can win with average goaltending when your team controls the puck.
Yes.
Yes. And generally speaking, the Rangers don't really control the puck as much, and they still can. Obviously, this team can still win. And everybody that's saying that they can't, don't just stop. They're still the number 2 team in the East.
Mario says that I think Drury's logic was that he wasn't going to make a move to mess with the chemistry that the Rangers have. I mean, in a way, I understand that. I still think you needed to do something to upgrade at some point. And this is not a good stat here. 20 games in a playoff, 3 assists, 0 goals.
He played second fiddle on Winnipeg teams. So, and all it takes is one big guy to have a good playoff run, and you remember him forever. Whether you're Sean Bergenheim, RJ Umberger, or I mean, hell. And we're going to go further in what Lou says right here. Phil, if you want to take that one.
I just want to go back to it. No, Leo, he actually has 5 assists, not 3 assists, Leo. I just checked. Lou Lamoriello said he would have considered moving this year's first-round pick if there had been something out there that he felt would have helped the team this season, and if any acquisition could have been retained. So from what I'm gathering from that is that he didn't want to go and pay the price to maybe have a team retain on somebody like Vatrano if they had checked in on Vatrano. So I got that. I do get that. I agree in that regard. But I still think that they could have done something with maybe a Jason Zucker or something like that, because Arizona could have retained on Zucker and made that work for the Islanders. I still think that could have been a guy that would have helped. And for me, I don't know how you can keep your two top centers on the same line, having one of them play at wing, and then your center depth becomes JG Pajot as your number 2 center. So if you could get a winger to come in and play alongside Barzal and Horvat on that top line, or another winger to play with Nelson and maybe Anders Lee or something like that, then I don't get how you don't think that's an upgrade. Like I don't get how they figure the current line configuration is something that works going forward with having your top 2 centers on one line and completely stifling your center depth when that center depth was part of what propelled them to 2 Eastern Conference finals in a row against Tampa. I don't know. I just don't see it.
I like the Chad Ruhwedel addition. I like Wenberg. Again, it's like we're talking about, do they blow you away? No, and Roslovic could be something. I know every fan is going to be saying if you gave Drury a grade, not only would you give him an F, but you take him out back and shoot him. But these are probably the right moves. And yes, Pittsburgh, as Everest is saying right here, Pittsburgh stuck it to the Rangers. You want him, you're going to pay.
And listen, I get that they're like middle level prospects or greater than the Rangers middle level prospects, but they still did not get a good return. They still didn't. They didn't get a good return at all for him. And listen, I get Vasily Ponomarev is probably the best prospect that went in that deal, and I have concerns about whether or not he's going to be an effective player at the NHL level. I really do. But at the same time, they didn't get enough. And for me, that tells me that the division tax was higher for the Rangers than it was Carolina. Because if that's what they were looking for, like, then for me, and I agree with this. I think this goes back over 20 years for me. This goes back to 2001 with the potential, what was supposed to be the Jaromir Jagr deal to the New York Rangers. And then the Rangers getting Alexei Kovalev for nothing, basically, to get rid of the salary and take on all the salary because Pittsburgh just did not want to pay the salary. Like, it's going back for a while. I don't think these organizations like each other. Flames are grabbing Nikita Okposo from the San Jose Sharks as pending completion of a trade call. Is there something else in that deal? Is Flames getting a prospect defenseman, really? I don't understand that one. Is there something else involved in that deal?
I don't know. Still haven't seen it.
He's played 43 games this year, and he's got 8 points. I mean, he was a second-round pick in 2019. But is this part of a bigger move?
There's still.
I know that Leo is high on Koivunen. Yeah, I get it. You guys are Finnish. You're always going to stand for your Finns. But a lot of the experts are not as high on Koivunen as you are. And Liga numbers are deceptive. I mean, Capo put these great numbers in Liga, and he hasn't done anything. And then, I mean, you also have guys like who's the Ranger forward I'm thinking of? The other Finn.
What, the one that they traded Eric Stahl for?
No, not Alexei Sorella. Perfect current prospect. Shooter. Forgetting his name.
Oh, let me go to the cap.
I'm drawing a blank on this right now. Not Korpikoski, no, Leo. It's a current prospect.
We all know about Lori Korpikoski.
No, yeah. Well, no, it's not Kalle Väisänen. No, it's a shooter. Was playing in Hartford for a little bit too. Feel like the name begins with an H.
Korzak. No. The only guy Cap Friendly's listing is Henriksen, so I have to keep it going.
Not Henriksen.
That
the Swede. Painiemi, yeah. Painiemi. Lauri Painiemi. That's it. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, that's who you're thinking of?
Yeah, Lauri Painiemi. He's another one who put up big numbers in the Liga, and now he's in the SHL now. But he put up big numbers in Liga, and it really never translated. I'm not high on Koivunen. I'm not. And if you look at the prospect rankings from the Athletic and other places, they'll tell you that he's not really that great of a prospect. I mean, he's, according to Scott Wheeler's list on the Athletic, he's number 7. And I mean, he's light. I mean, he's now up to 6 foot and 172. But I mean, he's got top 9 upside at best. Top 9 upside, and that's really. I'm not gonna put that much stock into if Panamariev and Koivunen are the 2 best prospects that you got for Jake Guentzel after saying that you probably wanted Kakko and Othman from the Rangers. That's how that you literally that they overplayed their hand, and the 2 teams that they were really dealing with were Pittsburgh and were Carolina and the Rangers, and they wanted way too much from the Rangers and took. This is like when the Houston Astros, the Pittsburgh Pirates, dealt Garrett Cole away for a flaming bag of dog shit, and wanted the world from the Yankees because everybody gets the Yankee tax is from every team. It's the same thing. They overplayed it and they took a nothing burger deal. Ugh. Pittsburgh in 2001. They had a deal that would have happened for Hlavich, Brendel, Janssen, and a third for Jágr. That's the same exact deal that went for Lindros. Same exact return for Lindros. And what did they end up taking? First, František Kuchera, who's a journeyman defenseman in his 30s at that point. Chris Beach, who is a bad prospect from the 99 draft, which is a stinker of a draft. One of the all-time stinker drafts. Roslovic and Michael Sivic. You took that. I'm sorry, but Pittsburgh's been doing this to the Rangers for years.
Speaking about which, we haven't done the what if series in a while, but Filk did do a what if the Rangers got Jaromir Jágr originally, if they got him earlier than instead of
in 2001.
Yeah, what if they got him in 2001? I'm almost at a loss for words at this deadline of almost. There's just a lot of names left on the board that's making you go, what?
I don't think Panamariev is going to be in their top 6 to start the season. Does he make the team at some point, or does he play with them? Sure. Yeah, you know what? I get you're happy about the Finns. I get it, but it doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean much. I get you have a sentimental value to them.
Yeah.
But I think you're overrating a lot of these guys right now.
Because after all...
What is... Puljujärvi? I'm sorry. I'm not really high on any of these guys.
That's Pittsburgh grabbing Finns, he's saying. So kind of...
I know. I understand that. But, yeah. Ugh.
I mean, it's all well and good. Take, for instance, when the Devils
Kustinen's a depth player. He's an okay depth player. What are we really? Are we going crazy over a depth player? Is that really what we're doing here?
Yeah, that's a little bit off the mark, so to speak, with that.
That'd be like me going crazy over Jimmy Vesey. Come on.
Jimmy Vesey, and I think one of the comments was, is he going to be on the top line? Simple answer is no. Could he spot there a couple of times? Sure. But that's why I'm thinking Roslovic is going to be the guy on the top line. They look at his even strength production, and they might try him up there tomorrow night. I wouldn't be surprised. But Vesey is going to be on their fourth line. I look at this deal, like you look at the names that were still available, Filk, that Vatrano not going, you're not going to get any value for Vatrano that you're going to get. I mean, unless the Ducks somehow magically get him to produce this again next year. Buchnevich could go up or down with his potential. David Savard getting another year older. Riley Smith getting another year older doesn't help. Scott Lawton, I think he might end up staying in Pittsburgh because they like him a lot. But
Roslovic
I mean,
is better than VC. Relax, Joe. He's
right.
absolutely better than VC.
That's not close.
Yeah, that's. I'm sorry, that's just not correct at all.
Also, consider sometimes where these guys were when their value was high. Roslovic's value was high when he was a depth piece with Winnipeg. When he was asked to carry the load in Columbus, where really
Roslovic has two really good seasons in a row last year and the year before. 22 goals and 45 points in 2022, 11 goals and 44 points in only 77 games last year. So the goal scoring went down, but that's because he shot at 16.8% and then went down to 8.9%. Roslovic's career shooting percentage is 11.8. So if you tell me that you're going to get Jack Roslovic shooting somewhere around like 10% and he's going to give you 15 to 20 goals and like 40 points, like, okay, that's fine. That's a fine player, but it's not. I think I may agree with State of Survival on this. I think Roslovic is probably a winger that's playing center.
Yeah.
I think that may be what the issue is. And listen, I'm not going to hype myself up over Roslovic. This is the post right here. It's a fine pickup, especially considering they didn't give up a lot to get it. They still needed to do more. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Right. But also, this is Chris Drury. Chris Drury had sexy playoff runs, or sorry, trade deadlines, I should say, that like last year was a sexy one. The year before was a sexy one. This one, not as sexy, but it doesn't mean the results could pan out or they cannot. I know we're all sitting here right now like it's the end of the Rangers season. I was going to use a different word, but given this week, I didn't want to. I know we were all thinking like their season's over, but this is still a team that's in first place. Igor Shesterkin looks to have rebounded in the best way possible. And you still got a coach that knows how to make adjustments. And who knows what happens? Let's say Carolina passes them for first overall, first of the Metro. The Rangers get a tough but a winnable series against the Flyers. Maybe that ends quick. And like Mr. Santastic says right here, it's all going to come down to Mika Kreider, Panarin, and really Shesterkin.
That's really what I've been saying. It's gonna come down to those guys actually producing and stepping up to the plate. If Zibanejad and Kreider do not do anything at 5-on-5, then that will be the downfall of this team, because this team is going to need more than one line that can score at 5-on-5. The Rangers are still a good team. Do I worry about their defense? Absolutely, I do. Because Trouba and Miller, we don't know what the hell we're going to get from them on a night-to-night basis. Lindgren gets banged up way too often. And Adam Fox is going to need Ryan Lindgren to stay healthy, stay on the ice in order for them to be able to go anywhere. So this team needs to start buying back into Peter Laviolette hockey the way that they played back in November. If they do that, they're as dangerous as any team out there because they were beating really good teams and they were shutting them down. They were beating some very, very good teams. So.
Jack, just to answer your question right here, the trade deadline is over. They have all just right now. There's a trade queue. If there was any trades that were left, like I said before, in the 90s, we would have said in the fax machine, but in this case, not as much. Sean is saying right here, I'll say it, I don't hate this deadline. It wasn't sexy, but it's not a big deal. You don't win the cup at the deadline. I think Wenberg is a solid addition for the third line. Look, if he can start making some plays, opening up the ice, which look, Brodzinski, fine player, but not really a guy that does that. Brodzinski would be better off as a fourth line center. Maybe that moves Barclay Goudreau to either a left or a right wing. And then you have Jimmy Vesey there. Maybe now you're talking about a different lineup. This is the reason why you talk about acquiring guys and getting a lineup done, because it lengthens your lineup. You hear it in baseball all the time. Oh, they got this guy. He's in this slot. It lengthens your lineup. It happens in hockey. So, I mean, gotta hope Vinny Trocheck is still playing the way he is because he has just been phenomenal. Scott is actually losing his mind a little bit right now. And I agree with what Chris says right here. Luke can't tell me they can't find depth. All right, we hit the 4 o'clock hour, guys. So, Scott, you could say this team isn't going to win the cup. They're going to. All right, show me the team that won the cup today. And I mean today. Show me the team that won the Stanley Cup today. After all, the Rangers couldn't find goal scoring, and they thought they were fine at the deadline in 2012, and then they ended up calling up Chris Kreider. That was 2012 when he had 6 goals. By the way, thanks, Chris. Scott, I know what you're trying to tell me, and I know you're going to call me in about 5 minutes. Although I have talked way too much today, but there is no team that won the Stanley Cup today. In 2-3 months, I might say otherwise, but they don't hand the Stanley Cup out right now. As D. Ely is saying right here, everyone last year, everyone loaded up and we're out in the first round. Yeah, like a lot of teams did that. Vegas, not Vegas. Colorado looked like they were loaded out in the first round. Buddy, I'm going to need a break. I can't talk right now. But I mean, it's just what Neil Smith said. Big trades don't win at the deadline. Mr. Fantastic calling this one out. Florida got Claude Giroux 2 years ago. That was supposed to knock him over the top. Instead, Tampa Bay swept him. And Vegas, as Puck is saying, Vegas needs to make the playoffs first. They're going to. I think that's hold on. They have a 7-point lead over Calgary. Vegas might be 2-7-1 in the last 10. They're not throwing in the towel. If anything, everybody in that locker room is going to be skating a lot harder right now. And you really like Vegas, but they still got to do stuff. John D. Lee, thank you. And also thank you, John, because since I have a second, I'll describe this to you, and I'll actually take off all the comments and all the banners right now. because there wasn't a dry eye in the place when there was the final salute for the ex-captain, KED 347. My father, who was the captain, signed off for the last time back when he was with the fire department. And that was his badge, was his ID. There wasn't a dry eye in the place. But yeah, great show, guys. And look, we're gonna work our best on this. So we're gonna be covering this all the way through. And I'm waiting to see if there's Filk and Anthony. I'm gonna need at least a few minutes, Scotty. So, but as Robert's saying right here, teams that go further in the playoffs make the depth decisions. It's just what happens. Oh yeah, no, hey, I'd love any current Carolina player. We'd love to get them on. Our current player, Jacob Slavin, fantastic. Sean, by the way, thank you very much. And yeah, this was a great deadline for us to have. Look, guys, we've had a ton of viewers today. A lot of you are all on X watching us. This has been our most popular broadcast, but we're still expanding. We're still getting stuff done. So I am going to sign off for us. And once again, just to say again, KD347 Captain signing off. Guys, thank you very much. This has been a great trade deadline. And we will see you Wednesday nights with more news and with more opinion for the weekly show.